call to order full council meeting on Tuesday, 2nd of December 2025. Councillor will open with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every state advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing about Australia fair. Beneath our radiant Southern Cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who've come across the seas with boundless place to share, with courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Thank you. Councillors, I'd like to move procedural motion. 1, item 4.9, presentation of the key to the city to be presented before item 9.1. That is the proclamation for the Mayor of Fort Lauderdale. And 2, that all items of other business 16.1 to 16.8 be heard directly after item 10, conflict of interest declarations. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Item 1, attendance apologies, nil. Leave of absence, nil. Item 3, condolences, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to Patsy Atkinson and family on the recent passing of Mr Peter Atkinson.
Seconder, Councillor Lacastra.
Mr Mayor, it is with great sadness we acknowledge the passing of Peter Atkinson, who was a treasured friend, leader and volunteer in the Mudgeeraba community. He passed late last week, in fact late the week before last, at 87 years of age. Peter was instrumental in the running and ongoing viability of the Gold Coast Lighthorse Education Museum. He was a first scheme NASHO, or Citizen Military Force member, between 1957 and 1959, and was a mounted policeman in his first career, and then national sales manager for Arlec, a lighting and air conditioning company, in his second career. He was an original member of the Mudgeeraba Troop 14 Lighthorse Regiment from 1998 at the 8 Warongari Road Smith Farmhouse headquarters of the regiment until 2014 and an original member of the Mudgeeraba Lighthorse Museum from 2012. He was Vice President of the Mudgeeraba Lighthorse Museum and continued on as Vice President of the Gold Coast Lighthorse Education Museum when the new entity took over the governance of the site in 2020. And he did that all the way up to the present day. He was also a member of the National Servicemen's Association Gold Coast North Branch from 2008, which is also based at Warringah until recently, and a member of the Currumbin Palm Beach RSL. He was born in Kendal in the Lakes District of North England and migrated to Australia around about 1955 in time to register for his national service training in Australia. Our community, in particular volunteers at the Lighthorse Museum, are very sad to see him go, and we convey our deepest sympathies to Patsy and his broader family.
Yeah. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you please add Councillor Peter Young to the notice and Councillor Gail O'Neill? Back to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to Rob Fuller on the passing of Mrs Jan Fuller.
Seconder, Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, it's with deep sadness we note the passing of Janet Dorothea Jan Fuller, a remarkable woman whose life of kindness, faith and service profoundly enriched the Gold Coast community for nearly 5 decades. Today we honour her memory and the enduring legacy she leaves behind. Known for her warmth and humility and genuine care for others, Jan was someone who always took the time to say hello, share a conversation and offer a hug and smile. Friends described her as one of the most non-judgmental and unassuming people they'd ever met, kind and loving and patient and a joy to be around. Her impeccable character shone through in everyday interactions, inspiring those around her through the quiet example of a life lived with compassion and grace. Jan dedicated herself wholeheartedly to education, community building and supporting the vulnerable. She played a foundational role in establishing King's Christian College and Emmanuel College, even hosting the earliest Emmanuel College meetings in her lounge room, and served on both boards during their formative years. For 25 years, she was a teacher at King's Christian College, and she worked closely with educationally disadvantaged children and shaped countless young lives. Her commitment to children and families extended far beyond the classroom, though. Jan led the Children's Church at King's Christian Centre for 17 years, King's in Reedy Creek, that is, ran annual camps, contributed to ladies' groups, managed the church bookshop, and wrote home group Bible study programs as well. She corresponded with prisoners, completing Bible studies, helped establish a program called Shine for Girls at Risk, and devoted 2 decades, 15 as president, to the Narangan District Chaplains Association. In recognition of her extraordinary service, Jan was honoured as a recipient of the Federal MP McPherson Community Achievers Award in 2014, a rare public acknowledgement for someone who never really sought recognition. Jan's service was practical, heartfelt and constant. She made quilts for the Salvos Fairhaven shelter, supported overseas schools and sponsored children for many years. She participated in mission trips to India, continued to support Surf Lifesaving Chaplaincy Australia and Plus One Care at Reedy Creek. Most recently, she knitted jumpers for the Penguin Foundation's Knits for Nature program. She also spoke and helped organise numerous Anzac Day and Remembrance Day services across the schools that she was associated with and also her retirement village. Despite this extraordinary list of contributions, Jan never sought praise. She simply wanted to help others. She was a devoted wife, mother of 3, grandmother of 2, and somehow still found time for sewing and scrapbooking and gardening and jigsaws and creating handmade gifts for loved ones. We extend our heartfelt condolences to her family and friends. Jan Fuller's life was a blessing to this city, and her legacy of kindness, service and community spirit will continue to inspire for generations to come. We hope she rests in peace.
Yes, councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. And Councillor, please add Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson to the list, and Councillor Castro. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy sent to the family of Ian Hollandale.
Second, Councillor Peter Young.
A man of strong faith, Ian passed away, Mr Mayor, on the 10th of November and was farewelled on the 24th of November at St Peter's Church, Southport, where Ian was treasurer and church warden for 35 years. Mr Mayor, I've been fortunate to receive a copy of the eulogy presented by Fraser Perrin at the funeral. It was some 10 pages long, but I'd like to present the highlights of Ian's amazing life, especially noting his incredible successes and his absolute love of sport, family and community. Ian was the second of 5 children and grew up in Greer Terrace at Southport, attending Southport State High and then TSS before studying commerce at the University of Queensland. Ian's parents, Alan and Nola, were pioneers, settling on the Gold Coast in the 1860s after Alan had returned from war. Fast forward to 1968 and Ian married Judith Muntz, and together they raised 4 children. Ian enjoyed a long career at the South Coast Dairy, rising to General Manager and Managing Director for several decades. He was a highly awarded legend in the dairy industry, serving on multiple committees and boards and becoming an expert at inquiries due to his wealth of knowledge. He sat on council and was chairman of St Hilda's School Council for nearly 20 years. He was the Archbishop's appointee to the Anglican Schools Commission and a life member of the Southport Apex Club and his beloved Coomera Cricket Club. Ian was instrumental in the establishment of the Police Citizens Youth Club at Ashmore and president of the Queensland Carbine Club. Many will recognise Ian's love of racing and the Hollandale Cup that proudly reflects the family's involvement in the racing industry, as well as Hollandale Park at Main Beach and Hollandale Family Park at Guanabara, both named in honour of the family. Funnily, Ian was president of the Australian Order of Old Bastards, a group of cranky old men who humbly went about raising money for many children's charities. Ian, as president, was known as Arch Bastard. Mr Mayor, Ian Hollandale was a great and generous man with family links to other well-known pioneering families on the Gold Coast. His wife, Judith, a Muntz, whose sister Moira Muntz married former Deputy Mayor Cole Kleinschmidt, whose daughter Catherine married Fraser Perrin. Ian adored the family ties, and today we send our heartfelt condolences to everyone in this amazing family network as we honour the life of Ian Michael Hollandale. Rest in peace, Ian.
Councillor Farr, do you want your name added? Councillor Patterson, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor will move to next item, Mayoral Minute. There's one, councillors. I move that the following committee date change is approved. The 863 Planning and Recreation Committee meeting currently scheduled for 13th of January at 9 a.m. to be rescheduled to 20th of January at 9 a.m. Tuesday. Anyone to speak against that motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. Confirmation of minutes. Someone like to move the minutes be received. Councillor Gates, second to Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Corrections. Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I just noticed on, I believe it's page 62, it was the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting item 6.1. It just showed that 8 councillors abstained from voting. This was in relation to parking, but in fact they voted against the motion, which was lost, so it should just be recorded as against.
Okay, thank you. We'll amend that. Any other corrections? Someone like to move for adoption with that amendment? Move Councillor Hamill, second to Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor's Mayor's report. Remembrance Day, 11th November. I was joined by Councillor Brooke Patterson, Councillor Wilkinson and Councillor Castro, attending the Remembrance Day at Southport Broadwater Parklands during the service held at Southport RSL Sub-Branch. Had the honour of laying the wreath, and so does other councillors on behalf of the city. To Australian citizenship ceremony, 12th of November. I administered the 3 citizenship pledge ceremony to 952 Gold Coasters now becoming Australian citizen. On 12th November, joined by Councillor Castro in attendance to 2026 Actor Festival launch. I was joined by legendary Australian director Baz Luhrmann at Hodder Outdoor Stage for the launch. And coming to Hodder on the 4th to the 8th of February next year. This is the 3rd consecutive year that Gold Coast has hosted this wonderful event. Japan and Australian Future Cities Dialogue on the 13th of November. I provide a welcome address to the Gold Coast leg of the Japan-Australia Future Cities Dialogue 2025. The dialogue held in Brisbane and the Gold Coast, providing prime opportunity to showcase real estate and urban development investment opportunity for Japanese businesses. During the welcome, I spotlighted the city's decade-long ties with our sister city Takasu and our friendship agreement with Kanagawa Prefecture. Mayor's Christmas Carol launch on the 7th of November. I was joined by the man himself, Santa Claus, the gingerbread man, and the Warner Brothers Movie World Looney Tune crew for the launch of Mayor's Christmas Carol. It will be held due to its popularity on Saturday the 6th and Sunday the 7th. The sensational Ricky Lee and was that Toodle Techno pioneer Lenny Pierce will headline both nights. Channel 7 will broadcast the carols on Friday the 19th of December at 7 p.m. and again on Christmas Day in the morning. 15th November, Gold Coast Indian Community Multicultural Praise and Worship Concert Dinner. And the Mayoress and I attended the Gold Coast Indian Community dinner there at the Life Development Centre in Nerang, hosted by Pastor Charles and Grace Nalamili from the Gold Coast House of Prayer. The night included short Christmas message from Reverend Moses Wesley from India. Next one was the Gold Coast Chapel Local Government Prayer Night on the 16th November. And the format of the evening was a Q&A with the evening host, Pastor Marshall Gray, following by prayer and dinner with the pastors and team. Then 18th November, Gold Coast Small Business Disaster Resilient Breakfast. Had the pleasure of welcoming business leaders from across the city to the Gold Coast Small Business Disaster Resilient Breakfast. This free city-led breakfast funded through the Business Resilient Partnership Program provided Gold Coast small business with practical skills to safeguard their operation against future disasters. Next item is the Vantage Yatala opening of the new Health and Wellness Precinct. I throw over to Councillor Mark Hamill.
Mr Mayor, it was brilliant to join you on Thursday, 20th November, at the opening of the new Health and Wellness Precinct at Vantage Yatala. Mr Mayor, it's amazing to think that less than 5 years ago, you and I, Councillor Gates, were on that site for a sod turning when it was still mostly a dairy farm. And now 5 years later, there's thousands of people working in stages 1 and 2 and tens of thousands of square metres of industrial buildings on the site. Mr Mayor, the opening was of a dedicated health and wellness precinct within inside this industrial estate. I think it shows a fairly clear moment of what we know of industrial kind of changing in the city, that there's an expectation now for people working in these areas to have access to high quality park and recreation before, during and after work. Fraser's property group are responding to that with this dedication of parkland within inside the industrial precinct. Mr Mayor, the one excellent thing about it too is that this will be managed by the body corporate. So this comes at no cost to put in place or to maintain in the future for the city. It'll be maintained by the body corporate to a really high quality standard. Mr Mayor, on behalf of the city, we once again thank Fraser's for the significant investment they've made in our city to date and look forward to partnering with them on more industrial development in the future. Mr Mayor, just around the corner on the same day, we did a site tour of the LMS Energy facility at Stapleton and visited the headquarters of LMS Energy in Luscombe. Mr Mayor, we were joined by LMS Energy Chair John Flazon for a tour of their bioenergy facility at Stapleton and the operations centre and manufacturing facility at Luscombe. LMS is a national leader in methane abatement and renewable energy, specialising in the capture of landfill biogas. Mr Mayor, these are the guys that when you visit a landfill and you see the big poly tubes coming out of the ground and wonder where all the methane is going, this is the company that deals with it on behalf of the city and on behalf of most landfills right across the country now. Mr Mayor, we first partnered with LMS back in 2009, and through this collaboration we've seen some fairly astounding results. 270,000 megawatts of renewable energy produced from the methane in landfill. That's enough power to power 43,000 homes for a year. It's seen 3 million tonnes of CO2 destroyed and 16 million in royalties to council over the life of the project so far. Mr Mayor, it truly was fantastic to see LMS Methane Abatement Project in action, learn more about how these initiatives are benefiting our city, and have a little bit of a discussion about what LMS see for the future, not just for our site, but other landfills around the country as well. Mr Mayor, we were then up to Brisbane for a meeting with the Transport Minister and the Premier. It was wonderful to join with them at Parliament House and discuss what's next for our city around our transport network and especially around our public transport network, Mr Mayor. A lot of discussion, a lot of strong conversation at that meeting. What's clear, Mr Mayor, is that the LNP government have definitely got a plan on the Gold Coast. We look forward to some announcements coming in the not too distant future. And where importantly, and this was stressed by you at the meeting, that this must be a genuine collaboration model between DTMR and our city officers to make sure the opportunity for us to co-invest in certain things, to look at the connections for the last kilometres and whatnot was critical, and that the earlier that the genuine collaboration can occur, the better. But we look forward to those announcements from the state very soon, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. And then 20th November, I attended the Obedient & Co. 2-year anniversary event at the site, the company's latest project at Mary Avenue in Broadbeach. And the owner and, of course, key to the city recipient, Dr. Sahel Obedient AM, also took the opportunity to highlight the exciting vision of our city skyline. The event was a great opportunity to support local businesses doing amazing things for our city. Next one is the official opening of Lorikeet Park at Skyridge. I asked Councillor Tozer to give us some highlights there.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, it was great to join you at the opening of Lorikeet Park, which is a fairly large parkland area that includes a number of different elements to it, which I'll just go through in a second, but it's an $11 million parkland in total, and the playground itself is about $1.7 million, so it's a pretty big deal. At the opening of the park was handed over to the city by to manage and maintain from the developers at Skyridge, and the newest 2-hectare addition to the city's open spaces has something for every Gold Coaster, a 500-person amphitheatre for live events and movie nights, which was pretty cool. They had beanbags all set up, looked pretty cool. Thrill zone with flying foxes that both the Mayor and I tested out. It appears to be working functionally and well. It was good to make sure that we both tested that out. There's also trampolines and Sky High Adventure Tower. There's a junior play area featuring Queensland's first rainbow lorikeet timber structure, 180 step climb to panoramic city views, and there's also an off-leash dog area, barbecues, fitness zones, and water play areas. It was a good day. Thanks for coming out.
I think the park was about, the land was about $20 million and the equipment was 1.7.
Yeah, I mean, Mr Mayor, one of the things that we see in lots of developments is that they put the parkland and the playgrounds in the low-lying area, and they sell the premium land to developers or to homeowners. But this is really unique. They've taken the top of the hill and that's where they put the park. So it really is an iconic location, and there's a little car park there, and I encourage councillors to duck out and have a look at it. It's a pretty excellent outcome, and you actually also get a really good scope from the top of the park as to what's happening on development-wise on both sides. That'll soon be home to about 10,000 people altogether.
Yeah, take your kids with you, the family with you, your barbecue. They got some great barbecue there. All right, thank you. Then we got 100 days to go. The function for the AFC Women's Asian Cup in 2026 Media Corps, and is going to be held in 3 Australian cities: Gold Coast, Sydney, and Perth. And our Matildas will be playing here versus Iran. Tickets already, they told me not to use the word sold out, but I can't remember what the other word was for it. It's fully allocated was the thing. So I guess it means that there may be a couple left if you know somebody who knows somebody. So it's a great coup for the city. The next one was filming of Subversion, a feature film set. I caught up with my mates there, and Lorenzo Bonaventure and Bennett Walsh. They are the directors and producer, and the filming location has been fantastic at our tip there, and so it's going to be good. I watched Chris Hemsworth do his thing. It's going to be quite a action-packed movie. Next one is meeting with the chairman and CEO of Hyundai Rotem. It's a very large company. We talked about green renew energy, and talked about green hydrogen, and what it is that what I'm holding up there is a gift from them to the city. That's the light rail that can be fueled by hydrogen, so it just runs in comparison to electricity. It just runs and runs and runs. And the other good thing is it doesn't need the overhead of the electricity grid, so that means construction is 20% cheaper, and if you're running over some bridge, you don't have to design for the loading of the additional load of the electricity wiring and infrastructure. And I'll be taking that to Transport Minister to show him that there's alternative form of transport. And the idea for us now is to work on our waste to energy, our ARC project, that to capture some of the gas, and really we can put and convert that into green hydrogen. So the idea is that our waste technically then can use that energy and for our public transport, our vehicles and fleets, and all from our waste. And that's the full cycle of being green. So as you know, some say we're the greenest city in all the land, but I won't go that far yet until we complete the idea there. So that will be available. They're happy to send over, and it can be integrated with the electricity part. So until we work out how to capture the hydrogen, and the other good thing is we got so much gas from the basin, Karat Basin nearby. So the future is looking good for that. And 100 years, next one, 100 years anniversary of Jubilee Bridge. Councillor Taylor knows all about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it was great to join you for the unveiling of the interpretive sign at Jack Gordon Park at Main Beach to mark 100 years since the opening of the Jubilee Bridge, which opened on the 26th of November 2025. The Jubilee Bridge was the first bridge that built across the Nerang River, linking Southport to Main Beach. And at the same time, the Capitol Hotel was being opened in Surfers Paradise. Where we put the interpretive sign is where the actual bridge landed at Main Beach. So it was to actually celebrate one of our connectabilities from one side of the river to the other. While the bridge was decommissioned and demolished in 1967, following the opening of the Sundale Bridge, the interpretive sign provides information about the historic surroundings and the importance of the moment in our city. We just want to thank about 30 residents that attended. Peter Woods was a local resident that came to see me around 18 months ago to highlight the importance of this bridge. And young Jack said a few words talking about the bridge and the importance of the connectability again from Southport to Main Beach. So it was a great milestone. It was interesting to see some of the photos of the bridge at the time and the vehicles and the amount of people that were coming to the Gold Coast 100 years ago. And we can see over the years that the bridge has increased and we're having just as many people coming to this great city today. So thank you for joining us.
Okay. Then 27th November, the 2025 Asia Pacific Screen Awards. Had the pleasure of speaking there. The award is the flagship of events for the Asia Pacific Screen Academy. We have our famous Australian filmmaker, Baz Luhrmann, who spoke, Indian star Shahana Goswami, she spoke, Australian-Chinese actor Sean Hu, and Australia film loyalty Jack Thompson was also speaking. So, and this represents 4.5 billion people producing half of the world's film, ASPA. Right. Mayor's Charity Morning Tea. I think a lot of councillors were there. Councillor Hamill, Gates, Curtis, Wilkinson, Lacastra, Tozer, Taylor, Dan Doran, Josh Martin, Gail Lanier were in attendance.
Councillor Hamill there, I'm sorry.
Okay, Sandra was there. So congratulations to emceeing by Councillor Tozer. And no, it's a wonderful morning tea, recognising and celebrating the amazing work and achievement of local charity group across our city. Yeah, congratulations to Sandra for being there. I think everyone was being very nice, right? Park Run. Park Run was on the 29th of November, and Councillor Curtis was there. I'll throw it to you, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a privilege to join you at Main Beach, which was not just the first park run in Australia, but the first in the Southern Hemisphere. There are now 9 park runs across the Gold Coast, including in my home of Paradise Point, and we have 8,000 participants across the city. Despite being a very regular participant myself, I'd never properly reflected on the critical leadership role that the Gold Coast played in backing this event, and the first ever event this side of the equator. Parkrun now boasts an incredible 500 locations and benefiting communities across this country. And I think this is such a perfect example of the type of vision and have-a-go leadership we've come to see as synonymous from this great city. As someone who has reaped firsthand the benefits of this movement for over 10 years now, I offer my deepest thanks to the Parkrun, the council and the city teams that made this dream a reality. And of course to the volunteers that deliver this offering to our communities free of cost each and every week. And even on Christmas Day and New Year's Day in places like Paradise Point, such is the strength and the importance of the sense of family that this event creates. Thanks.
And how many park run have you done?
That was 355th.
I've done one, but I cheated.
Oh, did you? Yeah, no, that was on, what was that? That was on Saturday, so I didn't know I was going to run, actually. So Friday I was in the gym and it was legs day. It's a rookie mistake it was a rookie mistake. They were hard to move, those legs. Anyway, but it's fantastic. And what I see is families running together, and whether they can be as young as in the pram and getting taught early about it. So, all right. Gold Coast Business Excellence Gala Award. A lot of councillors were there. Councillor Hamill, Gates, Patterson, Tozer, O'Neill. Anyone else were there that I might have missed? All right. So that was the 30th Gold Coast Business Excellence Award, and you know that we've got about 80,000 registered small business. Congratulations to all the people who were nominated, and congratulations to the winners. And the supreme winner is C. And the award provided the opportunity to honour the late Ian Cousins, and I was pleased to see Ian's name associated with an award in his name, the Citizenship and Community Award. Right. Next one is that yesterday, Pacific Air Show 2026 launched. We're on Surfers Paradise Beach there. It was on the news last night. And so we skipped a year because of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. It's going to be on the 14th to the 15th of August. And anticipated it'll be around 250 to 270,000 people to this event. Tickets on sale now, viewers. Next one is meeting with McPherson, opposition spokesman for housing and homelessness. So that's Senator Andrew Bragg, and I'm trying to find out what assistance the federal government can do for us on the Gold Coast. Today's show, Live Cross, by John Weatherman and Tim Davies, and just letting Australia know that our beaches are ready for summer holidays. Our lifeguards are all ready, 280 lifeguards, and they all have trained, and more importantly have CPR defibrillator right there on the beach to revive anyone who has a heart problem. Then, because it's nearby, I dropped into Tom Tate Tuesday. It was a live show, cracked a few jokes, stir a few things up. And councillors, I move that the Mayor's report be noted and welcome. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Number 7. Okay. Councillors, clarification, nil, I got here. Business arising from the minutes, I got here nil. Item 9. So we come to the presentation. We'll just wait for a minute that we'll invite Mr. James Frizelle and his family and friends to come and join us. They're excited to come in. And what we do is we'll have a break after presentation of Key to the City, half an hour break, and so we can basically talk to our key recipient. Come on in and invite James up here if you could, or wherever. CEO, James and Trish, maybe they can sit together there. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah. Just All right. We got enough seats, or can we get some more? Get some more seats out the back if there's not enough. All good? Okay. Well, welcome, James and friends, and Trish and friends and family. Council, ladies and gentlemen, as part of this morning's formalities, we are celebrating the next recipient to receive a key to the city. As councillors will know, the key to the city is a tradition which has been continued by cities throughout the world and have evolved into a symbolic gesture where a city honours an individual or group either for their significant contribution to the city or for attaining excellence in their chosen field of endeavour. The granting of the key to the city represents the highest honour that a city can confer on any individual or group. That's the best we can do for you, James. Since 1966, the key to the city of the Gold Coast has been bestowed upon 31 individuals. Let's take a trip down memory lane and see who these outstanding citizens are. Can you play the video? James, I didn't stand up because if I do, everyone has to sit down. The Local Government Act. So, James Frizelle is one of Queensland's most respected business leaders after a decades-long career building one of the region's largest and most successful automotive groups. Not content with resting in retirement, James turned his focus to philanthropy and set up James Frizelle Charitable Foundation. His accomplishments were acknowledged this year when James was named the 2025 Queensland Gives Community Philanthropist of the Year, as well as Queensland Greats Award. After 6 years, the James Frizelle Charitable Foundation has provided and forward committed over $60 million in funding and supporting over 290 individual charity projects, including some of the highlights I do here, otherwise we'll be here all day, mate. Royal Flying Doctor Service Queensland for pilot training and the construction of a staff village in Charlieville to safely accommodate FIFO pilots, doctors and nurses on 2 weeks rotations. The next one is the On Common Ground Gold Coast for people affected by homelessness. And then James Frizelle Camp Courage to assist military and first responder personnel, past and present, with PTSD and mental health issue. Next one is the St John's Crisis Centre, providing 2 domestic violence refugees on the Gold Coast. Next one is the Stand By You Foundation, providing short-term accommodation for those affected by domestic and family violence. Next one is the Lady Musgrave Trust, providing 4 secure self-contained units to help young women and children rebuild their lives. I'd now like to ask you to put your hands together and invite him to accept this recognition offered by the City for the valuable contribution he's contributed to make. Please put them together for James Frizelle. Come down here, mate, because we want the press behind you. Thank you. Congratulations, mate. This is a small piece of mine. And there's a diamond in the middle. It's very small. And we're just put it over here. And it's the highest little. Okay. And we will unveil this together. Throw it backwards. This is what the certificate, we straight to the pool room. You ready? 1, 2, 3. That's what we got there.
Thank you.
Say a few words, eh?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, here. Thanks very much.
Oh, good.
Oh, thank you. It's good to see my father up there. He was 97, and don't think I'm going to get there, but anyway, I'm in my 90s, so I'm still plodding along. And so rather than speak the things I want to say, we've written a few notes out. So, but Mayor Tate, Gold Coast councillors, distinguished guests and friends, I'm extremely humbled and indeed grateful to accept the extraordinary honour, the key to the City of the Gold Coast. Thank you. Originally, the key to the city was a symbol of this freedom to enter a city at will, a sign of deep trust and respect. Today, while our city is open to everyone, the sentiment of this award remains just as powerful. To me, it symbolises not just access, but provides a deep sense of belonging and being part of the incredible spirit of the community. The city of the Gold Coast is more than just a beachside holiday destination or a place on a map. We have Australia's sixth largest city with a distinctive heart, passions, lifestyle, energy and opportunities. We are a community that encourages vision, persistence, collaboration and above all, a commitment to one another, and I'm very proud to be part of a city and a community that upholds these values. I didn't reach these moments alone. The key also belongs to my partner Trish, to my Frizelle family that's here tonight, thank you, and my dedicated colleagues Brett, Kelsey and Phil that work for me now in the charity, in the James Frizelle Charitable Foundation. Which I catch up with them every week for a day. Every employee over the past 40 years, every business partner and the amazing charities we support, along with their incredible volunteers, have walked this journey with me. Their passion and persistence have been a driving force behind any contributions I have made. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Trish, you ready to say a few words? Yeah. Okay.
You be careful.
I won't tell any secrets, not too many anyway. Thank you, Mayor Tate and councillors, for bestowing this honour on James. A little bit about the man behind the name. He was born in Sydney into a working class family. He was the fourth child. His dad worked for the New South Wales Railways, and he attended the local state school. He left school when he was just shy of his 15th birthday and then went on to do an apprenticeship as a motor mechanic. His dad was a preacher, so he also actually taught Sunday school sometimes, if you can believe that. After he finished his apprenticeship, he worked for a truck dealership and also pumping petrol at his uncle's garage. And then in 1955, he was called up into the Army Reserves as a gunner, of all things. And that's why he has a little bit of a passion for return services personnel. After that, he borrowed some money from his dad and one of his uncles, and he bought his first property, which was a Marshall battery depot, and it also had a two-car Chrysler showroom on it. So he became the youngest Chrysler dealer in Australia at the time. He needed to relocate and rebuild, so he bought some more property on Parramatta Road, built the car dealership that was up in the slides, which was called Jess Motors, and he sold it in the late 70s back to Chrysler Australia with 50 staff. And then he was sort of retiring, just dabbling in properties, a lot of which were up on the Gold Coast. So he had some land in Surfers Paradise, which later formed part of the Dolphin Arcade. He owned and operated the Tugun Fruit Market. He owned 10 acres of land in the bush at Ashmore, as it was back then, and some shops in Burleigh and some shops in Southport with some flats on the top. And then in 1985, on April Fool's Day, he decided that the property adjoining the shops in Southport was for sale, as was the business, and that was Southport Mazda. And it had 8 staff at the time. I was the 9th staff member, and 32 years later, there were over 700 staff with under the guidance of James and his son and family, and sold the business in 2017 and the properties in 2019, and that's when he decided he needed to do something to give back to the amazing city that had provided not only a home for him, but a beautiful way of life. So he wanted to be able to select the charities that he wanted to be able to help. So we went about setting up the James Frizelle Charitable Foundation. So it has 3 grant rounds a year, and registered charities apply for funding. It's usually between $2.5–3 million a year. But then we've done some legacy projects which are near and dear to James's heart, which Mayor Tate touched on, and some of those wonderful charity representatives are here with us today. So thank you all for everything that you guys do. It's amazing. And so that's just a little bit about the man himself. Someone asked him a few weeks ago what made him want to give back, and it all went back to his mum and dad, because James was brought up, or he was a young child during World War II and the Great Depression, and his mum and dad used to host dinners for return services personnel. So even though they didn't have much, they did what they could to help out, and that's stayed with James for 92 years, or almost 92 years. So anyway, thank you very much all for coming, and once again, thanks to the council.
Oh, no. So, James, your name will be on the honour roll outside the chamber just here, as well as we've got the key to the city walkway, and there'll be a plaque, your plaque added to all the other people's that's there just outside Hodder. And so, mate, congratulations and thank you so much for doing what you do, and to make our city a better place and to help people that who needs help more than us. So, mate, congratulations. And councillors will have a break so we can take time to congratulate and mingle with James and his family, and we'll do half an hour break, okay? Congratulations again. On. We'll continue to 9.1, proclamation from the Mayor of Fort Lauderdale recognising the 45th anniversary between our two cities. And Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I am in receipt of a proclamation received on the 27th day of October 2025, which is quite long and will be available for the community to see. But in effect, it recognises that the City of Gold Coast and the City of Fort Lauderdale have had a sister city relationship for 45 years, and the Mayor of Fort Lauderdale has, on the day of the 27th of October, commissioned that, therefore, moving forward, in Fort Lauderdale, that day will be known as Gold Coast Australia Day. So I'm instructed I have to come and show you something now.
Thank you.
There you go, thank you. Quick photos so that we can send it to them.
Very nice.
Thank you. Right.
Thank you.
Live on camera.
Go to the forum.
Yep. Thanks, Brooke. Don't pay me enough for that, Councillor.
(9.2) Presentation of National Emergency Medal for service to the community during the 2022 Gold Coast flood event. Mr. CEO.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask, yes, that you move to the front, and I'll give you a list of names to present. But again, it falls on me to present the first of these awards, which is to Mayor Tom Tate. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Well deserved.
Was there another photo?
And there's sorry.
That one.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm wishing this.
Thank you.
I've got a list for you.
I do. Now you can read the list.
Because you've got to present them, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I have Councillor Donna Gates.
Yes, I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
First photo over here.
Thank you.
Diane? Diane, sorry, not a good start. Got a medal for you.
Okay. Congratulations. Yours, photo time.
Yeah.
Marie.
Abby?
Hi, Lisa. Well done. Thank you very much.
Today?
Where are you right now?
Ian next. Nicole.
Yes, that's exactly. Thank you.
Congratulations, Alvin. Thank you.
Renee.
Yes, group shot, group shot. Oh, good idea. All right, let's balance it up a bit. Come on. Run away.
Maybe 2 lines if you can.
Here we go. Squeeze right in. How's that? Good. All right, put it in there. Okay. Next one we have 9.3 presentation of the Smart City and Sports Award, World Union of Olympic Cities. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. It is my great pleasure to join in the accolades for the Active Inclusion Program, which is led by Gold Coast Recreation Sport in collaboration with the City of Gold Coast to improve access to sport, fitness, wellness and recreation for people with disabilities, Mr Mayor. In October, the program was recognised globally with the Smart Cities and Sport Award by the World Union of Olympic Cities at its 2025 summit in Seoul, South Korea. While our representatives couldn't make it to Seoul to collect the award, we would like to take a moment to just recognise that award win today. The Active Inclusion Program was developed in 2023, with the first year focusing on building community and industry capacity through mentoring, workshops and seed funding. In the second year, allied health professionals were engaged to equipped with the tools to refer and support people with disabilities from grassroots participation into elite sport. The program has supported 14 grassroots and sector organisations to build capacity and delivered 14 events and workshops that have engaged over 700 participants. It now provides more than 220 programs for the community, providing people with disabilities a pathway into sport and recreation from beginners all the way up to the elite. It ensures no one on the Gold Coast is left behind by redefining what sport looks like, making it accessible, connected and sustainable for everyone. As we draw nearer to the Brisbane 2032 Paralympic Games, this award and the tireless work that promotes and facilitates inclusive sports will ensure the Gold Coast is showcased as a city committed to inclusiveness and accessibility. Fittingly, tomorrow is International Day of People with a Disability, and the United Nations have set this year's theme as Fostering Disability Inclusive Societies for Advancing Social Progress. we get to be a disability inclusive society right here on the Gold Coast, Mr Mayor. Again, through initiatives like the Active Inclusion Program, the Gold Coast is truly and proudly fostering a disability inclusive society. It's my pleasure to introduce representatives from both the City of Gold Coast and Gold Coast Rec and Sport who have been involved with the program's delivery and development. From the City of Gold Coast, I'd like to acknowledge Natalie Broome, our Coordinator for Sport and Wellbeing, and Samantha Hughes, our Physical Activity and Wellbeing Leader, and from Gold Coast Rec and Sport, Anna Louise Koskulke, who's the CEO, and previously was actually recently announced as the winner of the Champion of Sport Award at the Gold Coast Bulletin's Women of the Year Awards, and Acacia Porter and Rochelle Ballard-Clayton. Congratulations to everyone involved. We look forward to following the program's success. All the way from Korea.
Great, cool. Yeah. All right, and Mr. CEO, there's others?
Yes. So as has become tradition at the final meeting of the year, I just wanted to spend a moment to reflect on what I remain convinced is the hardest job in the city. This year, Mr Mayor, we have produced 28,000 pages of meeting papers, 230 hours worth of meetings, and 718 resolutions. So on behalf of myself, and I'm sure all the elected representatives in the room, we wanted to pass on a huge thanks to the admin team inside the city, and we have a very small gift to say thank you to Jody, to Cara, to Anya, and to Jen. Thank you very much for your year. This is for you on behalf of all of us. Now, I don't know how you're going to share it between the four of you. Jody's going to accept? Here we come, Jody. You'll have to split it in.
Gee. Mr. CEO, next year, can you get 4 bunches?
Oh, it's tough. I think there are 4, to be honest. But, yeah.
All right.
All right, let's go.
Well done. Conflict of interest declaration. Nil, I think, on item 10. None. Okay. As per the resolution, we'll go straight to 16.1, Audit and Risk Annual Report. Mr. CEO, who... So I'll go to Paul, do I? Okay. Hello.
Hello. Good morning, Mayor Tate and councillors. It gives me great pleasure to present on behalf of the committee the Audit and Risk Committee Annual Report for 24-25, which covers the year 4th of October 2024 to 3rd of October 2025. I'm Janelle Manders, Chair, and the other members of committee are Councillor Brooke Patterson, Councillor Joe Wilkinson, Ms Kerry Phillips, Mr Jeff Hurst and Ms Karen Prentice. I wanted to personally acknowledge the support of my fellow committee members during my initial period as Chair. Their experience and wise counsel have greatly assisted me in carrying out this role, and I thank them for their expertise and enthusiasm during this time. Before I delve into the committee's remit, though, I'd like to personally invite councillors to attend the committee meetings and recognise that you have a standing invitation under the Charter. There is no better way to gain an understanding of the work carried out by the committee. Witnessing our deliberations and discussions provide valuable insight into the ever-changing and challenging world of audit and risk, and highlights how the committee meets its responsibility in supporting the Council and the Chief Executive Officer. I'll take the report as read and like to draw your attention to several matters. The committee considers that it has continued to meet its legislative obligations under the Local Government Act 2009, the Local Government Regulations 2012, and the roles and responsibilities contained in the Audit and Risk Committee Charter. The highlights of the year include changes to committee membership, Council adoption of the City's first ever risk appetite statements and the enterprise risk management policy, oversight of key disaster and crisis management controls enacted in response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, monitoring of remedial actions arising from last year's significant environmental incident, sewage spill, and externally perpetrated fraud event, oversight of internal audit's largest annual plan to date with no material reduction in risk coverage, consolidation of controlled entities, Invest Gold Coast and Brand Gold Coast, into the 2025 financial statements, finalisation of the financial statements, including signing by the Mayor, Chief Executive Officer and Queensland Audit Office certification within Council's required timeframe, implementation of a fit-for-purpose regulatory compliance framework, oversight of the cyber security plan and collaboration in the annual planning workshop to support audit and risk focus areas and ultimately contribute to the setting of the City's internal audit plan. Key areas of focus for 2026, monitoring of outstanding internal audit actions, including QAO actions, oversight of the Finance Excellence Program to improve timeliness of reporting on financial sustainability ratios, review of the controlled entities' relationship with Council, actions arising from the committee external review, and City's growing capital works program and asset management. While the committee is required to provide the Council with a written annual report and confirm that we have met all the responsibilities outlined in the Charter, the committee also considers that this report is a means of providing Council with the significant and relevant matters addressed during the year, the progress of the areas of focus the committee highlighted in the 23-24 year, the 2024 report, highlighting the focus of the committee's attention for the 25-26 year, and showcase the way the committee can contribute to the Council in providing good governance and assist in building and maintaining community trust. In fact, it is one of the aims for my tenure as Chair to ensure that our committee, in carrying out our role and responsibilities, supplements the skills and knowledges of the councillors, the CEO and the executive with our skills and expertise. Committee update. 2024 has been a year of transition. Mr Ian Rodden completed his 4-year term as Chair, Ms Kerry Phillips, after serving 8 years, and Ms Karen Prentice, after serving 3 years, attended their last meeting in November. All members have brought significant expertise to the committee, and we thank those departing for the significant contributions they have made. Mayor Tom Tate and Councillor Hamill departed as councillor members, and we welcome Councillor Patterson and Councillor Wilkinson. The committee is extremely thankful for the support of the Chief Executive Officer, Mr Tim Baker, Executive General Manager, Strategy, People and Performance, Mr Paul Callender, Executive General Manager, Business Services, Ms Susan Crisp, Chief Risk and Audit Officer, Mr Matthew Walker, Acting Manager, Internal Audit, Mr Tim Keep, Chief Finance Officer, Ms Karen Farquhar, Manager Risk, Mr Richard Ellis, and other staff who have attended the committee to provide their specific topic knowledge. The committee also acknowledges the work of the Internal Audit Unit and Chamber's support in assisting with the smooth internal operation of the committee and its reporting requirements to Councillor. Finally, Mr Mayor and Councillors, the committee's remit is broad, covering risk management, financial statements and reporting, external audit, internal audit, fraud and corruption control, governance and internal control framework, legislative and policy compliance, and controlled entity oversight. It gives me great pleasure to present the Audit and Risk Committee Annual Report for the 2025 year and confirm that the committee continues to meet its legislative obligations and the responsibilities under the Charter, and for Council to consider the recommendation of the appointment of Catherine Black and Julianne Schaefer as new committee members. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I'm just happy to move the recommendation.
Moved. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. Anyone speak against? Question, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, question with regards to the membership recruitment. Typically in board appointments so far in this term, we've been provided with a short list of candidates with a recommendation. In this instance, the council was provided with 2 names for 2 positions, and the report indicated that there were 7, and then there was a master list as well. I'm just wondering if we can get some guidance as to why the 2 were selected and why the 7, and why we weren't provided with a list of options for us to choose, given that in the report there's no delegation authority in this space for the CEO.
Okay. Paul?
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for your question, Councillor. Yesterday we provided the long list of 24 candidates to councillors. Of those, 7 candidates were on the short list. Directors Australia approached each of those. 4 of those directors, for full transparency, given the remuneration that was applicable to the role, declined to have an interview, and 1 of those remaining 3 determined that the agenda of the board meetings and the commitment wouldn't be able to make that as well through an attendance perspective. So that left us with 2 very experienced and very suitable candidates, of which the panel interviewed, and upon that recommendation, as the report says, are our preferred candidates. I will say over the last 3 or 4 times a committee has been recommended to council, that we have had preferreds. So with IGC, EGC, Janelle's appointment, and also recently with Brand Gold Coast, where we actually elected an additional into the preferred as well. So over the last 6 to 8 months, that has been a consistent process in us recommending preferred candidates.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I accept that there's been a preferred candidate listed. There's usually the list of more than the 2 people for the 2 spots. Mr Mayor, just one final question on this is, notwithstanding the qualifications outlined, just for comfort, are we comfortable that we've not just got 2 people for the 2 roles? And would it have been prudent to go back to market to see more? Or are we absolutely comfortable that we've got the 2 best for the role?
I didn't the answer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we are very comfortable with the process that was undertaken and the candidates that we are electing as preferreds.
Okay. Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, thank you. It's not expressed in the council, in the recommendation to council, but I would like to express my thanks to Ms Manders and her committee. I'm sure that she'll pass that on. They perform a very important role for us, and it's much appreciated. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Now pass on. Anyone speak against? All right, close. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, through you, is to give formal thanks to Ms Manders. It was quite a thing to come into this job on this extraordinary, complex organisation, and I've been witness to how you've handled that, and I know we're in very, very safe hands. So thank you very much for your work, the way you've engaged with the committee and with the city to make sure that we are taking care of things as we should. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr Mayor, to call out the exceptional service of Ms Karen Prentice and Ms Kerry Phillips to the city. They have been so valuable on our Audit and Risk Committee, and to me personally, coming into the role of Chair of Governance and new to the Audit and Risk Committee, it's been really great to have their knowledge and their wisdom kind of guiding that, and seeing how they interrogate information and make sure that we get the right questions answered. So thank you again to Karen and Kerry, and I'm looking forward to the next iteration of the Audit and Risk Committee. Thank you.
Okay. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Thank you, Janelle.
Thank you, Mayor.
16.2, Springbrook Cableway.
Go ahead. Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. This item before you today is an update on the Springbrook Cableway project, bringing you up to speed with where we are and proposing a way forward. So, as you will probably recall, in 2020, the City undertook a high-level pre-feasibility study into this proposal, which gave a general overview about what the potential for a cableway project could be for the community and the city at large. Now, one of the issues with that study, councillors and Mr Mayor, was that it didn't actually identify a preferred route, nor did it go into any great detail into what the route options could be in this location. But it did say that there is merit in further investigating a cableway proposal for the city. It did note that there is significant potential for uplift, economic uplift, for the city in general and for the community. And I think the figure represented in that report, so it's a 2020 report, so these are 2020 dollars. It estimated $878 million a year and 829 jobs, which goes also to the third point in terms of the significant economic development opportunities for the community and First Nations people. So in 2024, another report came back through ETEC, building on that previous 2020 study, and it did note that whilst government can progress the project to de-risk it and the business case work, at some stage a proponent will have to be identified and run with the rest of the project. It also said that once potential alignment options are available, the city can complete then cultural heritage due diligence, including Aboriginal cultural heritage assessment of proposed alignments and the important environmental work in this area. So a couple of recommendations came from that report. And it was that the CEO be delegated to commence negotiations with the state government on a memorandum of understanding, which included that both parties work together to provide a conceptual design, including determining alignment options that is of a standard that will facilitate appropriate community consultation, including First Nations, and that both parties engage strategic advisors to assist with concept design development, ensure it's fit for purpose and financially viable. So those are the key two recommendations of that report. What happened from then, Mr Mayor and councillors, is that the CEO did indeed write to the state. The state said, if we are to be involved in this process actively, it could well compromise us if we then have to make a determination on environmental and other factors. So it is their preferred position that they support us, and they do through a series of meetings that they've set up. It's got a very long name. It's in the report. Project Advisory Group, I think it's called, in rough terms. But importantly, they will be the determinant of some of the factors which come out through the business case process. So they want it to be at arm's length, which is a very clean and proper way of progressing this process. So we have had a couple of meetings with the state officers, and they're detailed in the report, and you'll see it's quite an extensive list of fairly senior state bureaucrats, so there is definite state interest in this. Their attitude towards us has been one of assistance and help. And that's, I guess, best noted through the advice on how to progress this. And this is what we're putting to you today, Mr Mayor and councillors, is that it's a clear direction to follow the state's endorsed business case process. And what that will do is give everybody very transparent look at what are the options, what are the route options, what is a preferred route option, consultation with the broader community and First Nations people, a thorough environmental investigation so that a decision can be made on whether we actually progress this proposal. This next slide, now I apologise that it is a bit difficult to read what the legend is on the maps, but it shows and it illustrates the complexity of the underlying tenure arrangements that exist in this valley, which leads from behind Mudgeeraba up to Springbrook. There is the Gondwana Rainforest World Heritage area. There's also National Park. There's also Seckwater Reserve as well. So it's a mix of tenures as well as some council land and private land in this valley. So what the report proposes is that we do that business case process, as I said earlier. And that is a very fit for purpose process that satisfies both state and federal government sensibilities. The objective is to de-risk the development, to make it more attractive to the market, because we do have a number of people, as noted in the report, who have expressed interest in this proposal. And our early advice from the market sounding that we're doing at the moment, Ms. Mayor, is that there's potentially another 20 proponents worldwide who might be interested in this. To adequately support the process, we have to do route options, environmental investigations, community consultation, and tenure will be addressed as part of the business case. And as you'd appreciate, Mr. Mayor and councillors, this is not easy. It's not a clear route. There's a number of options and there's a number of factors when determining those options. So it's the visitor experience, it's view lines, it's impact on the environment, impact on cultural heritage, having to establish what landing points are at either side, the length of the cableway, so the longer it is, the more expensive it is. The more bends you put in a cableway, the more expensive it is. So there's a lot of factors to consider in coming up with a preferred alignment and a set of different alignments. This is a business case process I've outlined for you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, in the report. So this is standard fare for the Queensland Government, and it is as I said earlier, it's a proper endorsed process for the progression of major projects such as this. So what does it include? The dot points there: comprehensive environmental investigation and analysis, inclusion of stakeholders in the development of route options and analysis, detailed financial and commercial and benefit cost ratio analysis, clearly defined understanding of approvals pathways through state and federal government, and sufficient time to respond to the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, the EPBC, and that is of extreme relevance here because of the World Heritage area that could potentially be impacted by this proposal. So this brings us to the recommendations which we've put before you today, Mr. Mayor and councillors. And the first one is the main one, that we endorse progressing this business case process. It's in accordance with the Queensland Government framework and provides all of the essential components that I've outlined earlier. That we endorse those proposed activities, including the funding and timing for the business case, and here we have named that group, that we endorse the continued cooperation with the Gold Coast Ecotourism Projects Government Liaison Group as a mechanism for ongoing liaison with the state government. And finally, of course, that another report be brought back to council on completion of the business case prior to any decision going to market.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question through you to Alton. The slide you put up of what would come with the next step of things with the requested funding. If this council was of a mind to not provide that additional funding, but to only allow the funding that's already committed, whatever's left of that initial bucket, what work would you get done with that funding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would be able to progress some of the options analysis phase, which is the initial phase of the full business case. So I would anticipate we'd be able to give you some technical work on the route selection. We'd be able to do some technical analysis around what the engineering impacts would be, the environmental impacts, cultural heritage impacts at a technical level. Not a lot of money in there for the deep consultation that would be required to progress a full business case on each of those proposed alternatives, and probably there'll be some level of consultation, I think, in their general consultation.
Yeah, Councillor Hamill.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to Alton, so it would nearly be a hybrid in between of what your recommendation was seeking of go to full business case. We'd be doing the initial work, and then there'd be a report come back to council before we launch into the full business case scenario.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's a high-level approach to the options analysis, not the full impact of the options analysis, because all of that true analysis requires a lot of time and detailed investigation. So we'd be able to give you the initial stage of that. You call it like a stage 1A.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder, Alton, if you could just elaborate a little bit on this slide. It talks a little bit about the interface between this BCDF exercise, that's the state process, the business case, and then the EPBC Act. There's obviously been some recent changes to the EPBC Act. You've talked about sufficient time. What does it actually look like when we lodge something through the state and then the EPBC Act kind of comes into play?
Mr. CEO.
I just thought I'd briefly, obviously, allow Alton to answer the process question, but the question in relation to the changes to the EPBC Act, I have in the last 48 hours had a number of conversations with fellow colleagues about those changes. I'd make a few observations. The first observation I'd make is, as written, they're designed to streamline the process. They're not designed to make the process more difficult.
What do you mean they're written? What do you mean they're?
So the changes to the EPBC Act, as implemented by the Federal Labor Government, were designed to streamline the process for approvals under that Act, not to make it more complicated. Second point I would say is where there has been additional complication is more in the area of forestry and heavy industry, not in one that relates to this. And then the third point, which I think is very pertinent to this discussion, is the continued desire, which there has been for the last 15 to 20 years, to want to push down responsibility in the EPBC Act to the states. So it is possible, I wouldn't say likely, but somewhere between likely and possible, that this decision, if it ever got to that, would be made under delegation by the State Environment Minister, because there's been moves for some time, Councillor, to allow the states to make delegated decisions under the EPBC Act. And obviously, given the state's stated view around the cable car, assuming it could meet the environmental standards, it would be a state environmental minister. So that's a long-winded way of saying I'm not convinced that the current round of changes to the EPBC Act are going to have any substantial impact other than that approval piece on this project. But then I'll let the Director answer the question in relation to the process and how they intercede.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. What would this look like? Let's imagine we go through the process of the full options analysis and we've come up with a preferred route that's had consultation, all of the relevant investigations. We would bring that back to you and say this is the preferred route. The rest of the business case from there on, if you decide to go with that preferred route, would look at in more detail around a full environmental impact study. So that's a long time. It takes a couple of seasons worth of data collection. It's very intensive along that particular route, as well as looking at impacts such as impact on view lines to neighbouring areas. So it's a very thorough piece of work that is commonly done for large investigations with potentially major projects, impacts like this. I would anticipate that when we bring back the completed business case to you, it would look at all of the standard things, so I've identified in a business case, but we'll also have that environmental impact study. And in an ideal world, we would have submitted that and gained an approval.
Okay, can I follow up with the other questions that I have? Is that all right? Yes, Mr. Mayor? Yeah. So I'm interested in that timeline. So you talked about the environmental impact statement being quite a long process, multiple seasons of data collection. And then you've talked about kind of front-ending this route analysis. So the idea of identifying routes comes first, and then there's an environmental impact assessment once that process has run its course. The most recent resolution of Council effectively obligated us to undertake some First Nations consultation. And so is it proposed that that First Nations consultation will happen now, knowing what we know after 12 months, after the environmental impact statement, or after the route analysis? Where does that fit into the picture?
Mr. CEO.
So the thing about cableways are that you can't think of it as a linear process because they're all interconnected. So the nature of the route of the cableway will determine what the financial costs are, the financial model, the environmental model, the cultural heritage model, and a range of other factors. So what you tend to do is you tend to consult, get a route in place, consult on the pathway of the cableway, and go back and forward. The challenge we've had at the moment is by pulling out one of those strings, it's really hard to determine whether or not the business case stacks up. The only way to do a cableway is to do a holistic view, because I'll give you a practical example. You mentioned First Nations consultation. That will very probably drive the direction of the cableway, because if you do that consultation and First Nations communities say, look, a line of sight over that part of the mountain is completely out, then that might drive a change in the route. The exact same thing is the case when it comes to environmental approval. Environmental approval in cableways, as the director has said, really comes down to three major things. There's the standard, where do the pylons go? Fine. But the next two are more about line of sight and where you can see. And the third is, for lack of a better term, bird strike, because it's a hung wire, right? The only way you can get that last piece of environmental approval done is to be at least 12 months, more likely 12 to 18 months, so you can get the bird migration patterns right. So that's why it will take that time. But our advice to you is that these moving parts are so interconnected that you can't pull one out, because they all relate to each other.
Right. So that kind of leads me to the next question I had, which actually relates to geotechnical.
Yep.
You know, the establishment of a route in what is a known landslip area of like Stream, obviously, you know, just in this last 5 years, we had considerable landslips that have closed that road for multiple years at a time. We don't have a MOU with the state for this process. Do we have any consent from them to undertake geotechnical boring or studies inside their national park? Have we explored that at all?
So you would need an approval, but in high-level discussions, I think you can assume that the state know that's forthcoming. Just on the geotech, interestingly enough, in cableways, geotech isn't as significant as you may think, because you do have some flexibility in where you can put the pylons. It's very different to building a road, where you've got, you know, a road going in a direction and the geotech can't be moved, right? With the pylons, you can move them for geotech and for environmental impact. It actually, believe it or not, is one of the areas that makes this project slightly easier than, say, putting in a dam or putting in a road. But we will require a state approval. We will require landowner consent to go in, all of which you can assume will be forthcoming, given the state's stated position that they're in favour of a cableway. And that doesn't, sorry, one last thing through you, Mr. Mayor, that does not predetermine the environmental approval outcome, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think it would be highly likely, councillors can consider it highly likely, that the state will grant us access to go in to do the environmental studies, not necessarily the approval. I wouldn't want to predetermine that outcome.
Yeah, I'm just in the media and in the chambers a few different times we've talked about the state. You just used the words, the state are in favour of a cableway, and it doesn't seem like that speaks very well to their stated position, which is that they feel like they've got a conflict of interest and they don't want to be a decision maker. So that in their writing to us in this report, it says that they feel like, were they to be in favour or be a co-applicant, they would prejudice their position as a decision maker. So I would hate to think that they're in favour of cableway before they've...
No. So this is one of those ones I can speak to with authority, having been a Director General of Environment and a head of an EPA. What the stated political position of the LNP is, they're in favour of this. That does not preclude the statutory officers in the relevant departments will still need to do the standard assessments. And I personally have quite a bit of sympathy for their argument, having ran an environment department and the Parks and Wildlife Service, that there does need to be a separation. All I'm saying is I would find it extraordinary, and I don't think I can say it pretty much with a degree of certainty, that the state government, to your initial question, will allow us to go in and do preliminary environmental investigation. And that does in no way predetermines the outcome of the approval.
Of course.
In fact, it might actually lead to a knockback.
Great. Excellent. That's good. That's encouraging to hear. The last question I had at the moment actually refers to an ask of $1.1 million. What is that made up of? How do we reach that amount? And can you give me any more information about how much money is left in the pool of money allocated to this project, and why that total amount is being requested, and what will it go to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have about 400,000 left from the $500,000 that we had. We've been spending some money doing some market sounding, which I referred to earlier. That process is currently in play, which has identified those potential other proponents. The cost we arrived at by discussing at a very high level with a number of potential providers, so a very early pre-market assessment, as is normally done through procurement processes, in terms of what the scope might be, looking at the costs for other projects which have done similar option analysis, and coming up with a figure that we think is going to be suitable for all of those pieces of work which are identified in that diagram as being part of the options analysis part.
Okay, so just the 1.1 will take us to what point in your timeline here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it will take us through the options analysis, and potentially, depending on how we go with this, because it could be, it's a conservative estimate in terms of what I've been asking from you, Mr. Mayor, and councillors, is I don't want to come back and ask for more, so I've chosen a figure that I think will be more than enough to deal with the options analysis stage, and if there would be savings from that, that could be rolled into the later business case development.
Okay, so what's been said in just the answers to my questions thus far is that there'll be somewhere between 12 and 18 months of bird flight analysis. There'll be a number of seasons, is what you said, in relation to analysis, in relation to environmental impact statement. You've said that in this next 12 months, we're going to go through this options analysis. It's going to cost 1.1. What do we have any visibility of what the cost of this process? Because once we start that bit, there's going to be extra years, and it sounds like there's going to be multiple years here. Where are we, and how long do we go through this process? And I suppose I'm looking between now and 2029. What might the annual allocation to advancing this look like?
CEO.
So what is proposed is to spend an amount of money set out by the director, which will give us a definitive answer as to whether or not this project can fly on the Gold Coast. And it could be one of the many factors that we've discussed that knock this out. It could be the environmental factor, it could be the economic factor, it could be the First Nations factor, or it could be general community consultation. What you will get at the end of those three sets of arrows is a business case which definitively says, yes, this will make sense as a project on the Gold Coast, and here's what the likely cost for moving forward will be, or no, it doesn't for these reasons. Or the middle piece might be yes, but the council is going to have to accept to take on additional risk in these areas. That's essentially what we've done. I think the city administration has sort of come to the view that it's time that we did this piece of work and we got a definitive answer on that. The likely timeline out and for getting us that business case is, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the director.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, it's noted on page 35, so we've given an overview of timing there, so you can see finalising the business case, procurement, all the way to present the business case findings to council, as you noted earlier, Council Tozer, in 2029. So the reference design, the EIS and approvals from 27 to 29, options analysis from April next year to April in the following year.
Yeah, okay. That's all my questions for now.
Yeah. Councillor Gates.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, can I just have an understanding, please, of why, what went amiss with the engagement with the community and First Nations people? Because in reading the last recommendation, it suggested that Jabree was the group to speak with, but then there was the Dangam Barlin people who wanted input. Where did it go amiss that we didn't get anywhere with the last resolution, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
No, go.
I think the comment I made earlier, councillor, around the lack of definition of a preferred route and indeed any potential route alignments is the significant factor for consultation with all parties. So unless particularly the Aboriginal and Native title parties can be told exactly what the preferred route is, or any of the other route options are, then it's very difficult for them to be able to definitively say one way or the other. So we've had general level of support noted by Jabri, as you said earlier, and the other native title parties said, well, more information needed.
Okay, and just one more question, please, Mr. Mayor, through you. Is there any intent to explore a location other than Springbrook? And if there was an intention to do so, would that not increase the costs associated with the next steps?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the proponents, or the potential proponents, I should say, that we've talked to date, who are interested parties in this, have only expressed interest in Springbrook. If we were to look at another location to the same level, it would cost more.
Thank you.
Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, would council be a decision maker ultimately in this venture?
Mr.
So yes, in the sense that just like any other project, there is a cascading level of approval. So in this case, I think anyone who looked at it would reasonably say it will require an EPBC approval. It will require a state level environmental approval, and we're going to have to put, we or the proponent is going to have to put a DA in. So there would be a local government approval, and that it cascades up usually. But I think I've said this in these forums before. Generally speaking, when you know you have to meet the national environmental standards, you do that to that level, because you know you've got to take the approvals that high. But yes, the answer to your question is yes.
That's what I would have expected. Thank you. So if that's the case, we're a decision maker. Why are we being told that the government is not wanting to be a decision maker because it's sound practice for them not to be involved and compromise, and yet it's recommended that we should be involved and compromised?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a difference between local government approval and state level environmental approval. We act as the proponent for matters for which require a DA every day. Other than that, I'm not really in a position, and neither is the director, to speak on behalf of the state government. I'm aware of that position being put in other jurisdictions. I'm aware of putting it myself in a different jurisdiction when I held the role.
The level of confidence about this, I mean, this is a public report, and we've provided a list of government departments that are supposedly included with this working group, or whatever it's called. I'm trying to look for the joint state and council working group. But we've got names of departments that are just wrong, and the government's been in for 12 months and has published its current department list 12 months ago, and we've got names of departments that are wrong, improper recognition of native title participation, because there was a Department of Seniors Disability Services and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Partnerships. There's now the Department of Women, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Partnerships. I would have thought that something fundamental like that should be correct in the report. Are you able to?
I'm able to offer an apology, Councillor and Mr. Mayor. We were going off the list that was initially provided by the state, so we can update that, and we can send that information out to you to correct the new naming.
Thank you. Last year, like 12 months ago, in fact, the council resolved to, and this is a council decision, that the CEO approached the state government to try to get both parties, the state and the council, working together, and that both parties engage a strategic advisor. Furthermore, council resolved that council undertakes no further work or expenditure other than that stated above. And yet we're being told that there's formal market sounding being undertaken. So are those people not being paid, Mr. CEO?
I'll let the director answer that, other than to say that's the reason why we're here, because we can go no further, because I've got a resolution that doesn't allow us to go any further.
No, that's not right.
Well,
the report tells us that formal market sounding has been underway and they want to progress with that. So that's not part of the resolution. It wasn't authenticated by council. So who's authorised that, please?
I'll answer it again. In order to produce the paper, in order to produce a paper of substance for this committee, we had to determine whether or not there was any interest at all. That's the work that's been done. No further work has been done. That is why we are here.
Finally, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at this process for development of the project. And there's the first stage is the conceptualisation, and Mr. Twine told us that in regards to the Springbrook proposal, it was clear that there was merit identified, that there was an economic uplift identified, and an economic development opportunity and jobs that might flow from that. We know that about Springbrook, but we don't know about an alternative, and we've been aware of an alternative proposal at Tamborine. So why aren't we looking at that? Why haven't we evaluated the merit of that project, the potential economic uplift from that project, and the potential economic development and opportunities and jobs, to get us to the point where we can really clearly engage with the community and say, here's one option, here's another, what do you think? Native title folks, what do you think? Because we've obviously got division in the community about the Springbrook proposal because we've limited ourselves to one. Long question.
Well, you've answered your own question, Councillor. We're not allowed to do any further work in relation to this, so we haven't.
Yeah, but this even precedes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that work about identifying Springbrook as the project. Springbrook it's never a cableway project in the Gold Coast. It's always the Springbrook project. I just wonder why we haven't taken the step of properly evaluating two options that are feasible, at least technically it seems so, and wonder why we can't, and both presumably provide an economic benefit to the city and enhance visitation and tourism and so forth. Why don't we take that step back and look at those so we've got a real understanding of the options?
There's nothing precluding Council from doing that, and there's nothing precluding that work taking place other than the fact, as Councillor Gates has pointed out, it will cost it would cost more money, and it also goes to the reason why we did some high-level market sounding before we came here in order to create the substance of the paper that's in front of us today.
Thanks, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity.
Okay, Councillor Gates.
If I could just add to that, Mr. Mayor, when we had previously, many years ago, looked at a possibility of a cableway to Tamborine, it would have gone over significant numbers of private property. It's vastly different, and if Councillor Young thinks there's going to be division regarding Springbrook, just wait until you suggest taking it over Willowvale, Cedar Creek, right through all of these private properties with people looking down, not on World Heritage areas, not on the most beautiful rainforest, but on private property. I doubt you'd get support.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question through you just regarding the budget, and as Mr. Tyne suggested, the budget proposed in the report takes us through to that preliminary evaluation, which is stage 2, and I'm just very conscious of from stage 3 and the vast amount of work that's to come from that. When we last considered this matter, I had a briefing with city officers, and I asked the question, if the city was to de-risk the project and including the environmental work that needed to be done, in a broad sense, what would that look like? And it was suggested to me it would be $20 million at the time. So whether that's on the high end or not, my concern is, as the protector of the ratepayer's wallet, what are we looking at for stage 3 broadly? I understand that we can't be specific, but surely we can look at a broad sense of if we are signing off this process today, what does the budget look like beyond this $1.6 million?
Mr. CEO.
Well, the first thing I can do is categorically rule out that it would be $20 million. But because, again, speaking to colleagues from around Australia in the last few days, a number like $20 million is way, way over the odds. What I can't do is give you a definitive answer around what that cost is, because that's why we're doing the business case. And if any of my city officers or our city officers gave you a number, they shouldn't have, because we just don't know what this project looks like yet. That's why we've got to do the business case work. To suggest numbers that have been bandied around in the public domain recently, I don't think are accurate either. We just, again, we don't know what the alignment of this cableway is. We don't know what the likely mitigation, if any, and there will be some, are required from an environmental point of view. It is way, way, way too early to be talking about the total costs for approval for this project. That's why we're putting in place a very measured process, which is to provide a business case and come back to you. And I can tell you this, Councillor Fowler, if the environmental approvals for this project are in that range, then the other factors won't add up. As simple as that. And it won't happen.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a question. So in the EIA process, is there another example of a project where the city would lead that process for a major project?
Well, we did it for... that's actually a good one for the director. But since we did it for... didn't we do it for Wonder Reef?
Yes, we did do some work through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fowler, for Wonder Reef. We've done higher level environmental investigations on a number of projects, but this is a very significant area, and the amount of work for this study is all eyes will be on it and should be on it, so it needs to be a thorough piece of work. I can't recall whether we've ever done one to satisfy EPBC, certainly not that I've been involved with.
Oh, actually, the ARC is an example of where we've done it. In fact, that is the classic example where we did it.
I guess I'm just, from my perspective, being here for 18 months and not hearing of the city ever leading an EIA process before this role, and in this role, I thought that piece of work should normally sit with the state or the federal government, so it just felt like we were out of our lane. So I just wanted to ask that question.
So, sorry, I don't want to gloss over that point. This is the exact process we did for the ARC, where we've gone and got EPBC approval on a project, on a piece of land, with a third-party provider who's going to build that asset.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, if you're ready, I have a change recommendation I'd like to put forward.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, my change recommendation is with council support staff. Mr. Mayor, there is one addition I'd like to make to it that I think should be picked up from the original officer recommendation around that. The one that says that council endorses the continued cooperation with the Gold Coast Ecotourism Project's government liaison group. I think that's important to call out in there still, so if we could just pick that one up and drop it in as well. Yes.
Tell me when you're happy with it.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy with the wording, and if there's a seconder, I'm happy to speak to it.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that just for the sake of hearing where Councillor Hamill is coming from.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to be clear from the outset that this change recommendation has come about from discussion with a lot of colleagues. There's been a lot of phone calls over several days to inform this recommendation, the hope of finding a recommendation that could be supported here at Council today. Mr. Mayor, the final intent with the change recommendation I actually think has been reflected through some of the questions here today, which is that it doesn't get us all the way to the stage 3, the business case part of Mr. Twine's graph. It would only allow us really to get to stage 2. So that's the early technical assessment, the early environmental prelim assessment, the route identification. It gets us through that stage 2 with the available budget that's already there, the 400,000 Mr. Twine mentions. But before a business case process is endorsed and whatever the funding requirement may be, that there would have to be a report back to council beforehand. So I genuinely see this as a common sense middle ground where we're not committing to the 1.1 million or anything beyond that. We're simply committing to the stage 2 that was Mr. Twine's graph to get more information so that then this council can make a decision if we go to a business case or not with an informed amount of what the funding for that would be. Mr. Mayor, councillors will note that 2B includes connection to Mount Tambourine. That was based on feedback from my colleagues that they believe that it was needed to be in there, that this should be open, that if we're talking with different consortia and have got proponents interested, that we shouldn't just be talking about Springbrook. I think that's been reflected in a couple of questions today. Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it at that and look forward to my colleagues' input into this change recommendation.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering whether we could potentially add, similar to the last council resolution from the previous, which ended that council undertakes no further work or expenditure other than stated above, unless there is broad community First Nations support and a resolution of council, and whether we could add that as a number 6.
Mr. Mayor, I think that is my intent anyway. So if Councillor Fowler would like that called out in black and white, I don't have a problem with that being added because that's definitely my intent.
Okay. Can you cut and paste that in?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to help Chamber's support, it's actually on the previous resolution, which is on page 25, and it's point number 8. Oh, sorry, it's on page 26, point number 8.
Problem. If you don't do the... Can I speak?
Just a second. But you just bring it back. Do what you can and bring it back. Get this through. You just go right. Councillor Hamill, you all right with that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to have that as an addition.
Councillor Tozer? You're the seconder.
Yeah, accept that for now. Yeah, for the sake of continuing to hear the questions and answers.
All right. Councillor Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't support this while it has to be included. I did specifically ask Mr. Twine was another route being explored, and he commented that there have been no suggestions of interest for Tamborine from any of the proponents. So I'm a little perplexed at why it's in there. And we heard that it will add to the costs, and we've got limited funds available to do the work that we all want to see and have wanted to see for some time. And Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hamill suggested there's been a lot of phone calls and a lot of discussion. My only involvement was we were at a workshop last week and there was a suggestion that there were potentially 8 people to vote this down today. And I tried to start working with a recommendation that could perhaps gain support, very similar to what's before us today. So it's been shared, and yes, I'd like to see as much work as possible, because the intent of the last resolution was to identify the route, and it was always the Springbrook Cableway project. It wasn't the Tamborine Mountain.
Would you like to move an amended motion with
I would love to. I'd be happy to move an amendment that just takes out connecting to Tamborine, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, move an amended motion. Seconder, anyone? Seconder, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions, not on the amended motion or change ones, but if you wouldn't mind about the consortia. Noting that we can't go into details, part of the logic of proceeding in this way was that we would march it to a point, and then it says in the report may recoup costs incurred in the future. Mr. Mayor, that then occurs to me that the quality of the consortia is a relevant provision that we should assess. And in the context that, have they ever done a cableway before, and are they going to be capitalised in a space to proceed in 2029, given that that's the date in the report that it looks like it could be considered. And I'm wondering if you could shed some light on the nature of the consortia without naming them, and whether or not we're proceeding down a path with groups that actually can deliver and recoup our costs.
I think once we get down to a certain path that the risk of an approval is not ruled out but minimised, the value of the report or an approval would outstrip what investment we've put in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I accept that. I guess the nature of the query is that we don't know the cost of building a cableway, so it's not so much the refunding of the cost, but whether or not the consortia has the capacity, capitalised, have enough funds, has the experience to deliver it. I think that's a relevant factor because we're going to expend ratepayers' money today on the basis that if we get to a point, we might recoup that. But if they've never done it before and they've not shown any demonstrated, they're obviously not willing to put capital in now. So is that something we should be concerned about, given the nature of the cost of this in the future?
Mr. CEO, go ahead.
Just a couple of points. So the first one is this is exactly why we did the high-level sounding, because we knew this would be a question, and it's a legitimate question. Whenever you're doing that kind of work, it's very hard, councillor, because we didn't employ forensic accountants. We didn't. They're certainly talking the right language. They're certainly saying the right things. But until I know I sound like a broken record, but until we know what the route is, how expensive this thing's going to be to build, it's very hard to answer those questions. What we wanted to do was to give councillors some sense that there was legitimate interest in the market for this. Otherwise, why would we be doing it in the first place?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. CEO. I guess that leads me to one last question then. Have any of the 4 consortia, or the 20, that Mr. Twine, have any of the 4 actually delivered a cableway ever?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay. Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just on the funding proposal around the 400,000, just seeking confirmation that amount of money would be able to do enough in that identify the route for the consultation for the community. Will that get us to that point?
Sure.
Well, it'll get us as far as 6 will allow us to on that point. Noting that there's a line there that says no further work, so other than above. So it's going to be tight, but we'll get as much done as we can with the money we can, and we'll bring it back. I think that's what we're being told to do, so that's what we'll do.
Follow on, Mr. Mayor. Just seeking confirmation. Obviously, this is the funding that we're outlaying. I was just wondering if you could outline how many staffing FTE that we would put on this project.
This is specialist work that will most likely be done by a third party, with some support, but the majority of this will be done by expert third party.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question, and I'm happy through you to the CEO if it's taken on notice. But is there a way that councillors could receive an itemisation of all of the money spent on this project to date through consultants?
Yep.
Back through time? That would be
Take it on notice.
2018. Thank you.
Forever. Yep.
All right. Amended motion. Councillor Gates, you want to speak on the amended motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's clear that we have in our destination management plan included the prospect of a cableway to Springbrook for many, many years. It's something that we know would be of great value to the economy, but first and foremost, we have always recognised that we need to get the approval of the First Nations group and the community. We need to be sure of the environmental issues, and they come before anything else. So, Mr. Mayor, it was clear over a year and 6 months ago, that we wanted to commence with the community consultation, that we wanted to have a route identified, and for some reason we haven't achieved either of those things. We need to make a decision, I believe, today to identify a route, to conduct the appropriate, thorough and meaningful conversations with the community and with First Nations. And we need to once and for all either say we're in or we're out. And Mr. Mayor, Tambourine has not been part of the conversation, and I really hope that my colleagues will support me today in getting that out of the way so that we can use the funds that are available to focus on what would be the most beneficial cableway should we be able to get past all of the other issues that we're very well aware of.
Speaking against, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, it wasn't that long ago that we were provided an agenda for a council meeting where the proponent for a cableway in Tamborine was going to present. And those people ultimately didn't turn up to that council meeting. That was taken off the agenda. I remember getting that agenda and having that on the agenda. The reality is there is clearly a proponent out there who's talking about it. Maybe they didn't, maybe they're a bit lukewarm because we are lukewarm on Tamborine. And I don't know whether Tamborine can work or not, but I don't think it should be excluded. And I think we are at a point in this process that whether you like the idea of a cableway or you don't like the idea of a cableway, it appears there's sufficient support for the idea of it in this chamber to do a good job of understanding the right route. And I think by excluding Tamborine from this process, we're actually excluding a proponent who is the only proponent who has put something in writing and drawn a kind of PowerPoint presentation about it. My recollection is that document identified members of the Brinsmead family, which I think, they have a business background in the city, they had a construction background in the city, it was a non-confidential document. It's the only document I've received about a cableway at all. I have no doubt that the proponents that Mr. Twiner has talked to thus far have experience in building cableways. There's cableway projects in Cradle Mountain, in Hobart, in the Whitsundays, in the Jenolan Caves. There's, I've had a chance to have a bit of a look at different cableway projects. There's no lack of proponents in the Australian market, and there's proponents for cableways all around the world. There's, even in Alton's address today, he talked about maybe 20 other proponents who are around the world. So to me, we are a city that attracts investment. People want to do business with our city. The more we exclude possibilities, the more we exclude that potential investment. And this amendment, its only purpose is to exclude a viable alternative to Springbrook for a cableway, and we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't exclude a viable alternative in the only printed document that's been provided to councillors. We should reject this amended motion and go back to Councillor Hamill's for now.
Okay. Councillor Hamill to close, if you want to.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I just check? That is correct, with an amended motion, so it comes back to me to close as the owner of the original.
Well, we can go to...
I'll close if you'd like.
Mr. Mayor, just checking. So, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to leave it at that for now. I had my say on the first part. I appreciate the amendment that's been put forward in the discussion so far. I do tend to agree with Councillor Tozer that if there's going to be an investigation, then why not have it listed? If none of the proponents show any interest when you're talking to them, then it's only Springbrook. But to not have it there mentioned at all, I don't see as necessary. It's simply listing it doesn't mean any work has to be done. It could just be that as part of the initial sounding process. If any of them show interest, then that can be part of the future report that says we should look at it as well. So, Mr. Mayor, I won't be supporting the amendment today, but thank colleagues for their input and the help in panel beating the recommendation a little bit further.
Okay, debate's closed, councillors. We're voting on the amended motion. Divisions core, all in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Doran.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, the amendment is lost. We go back to the original motion. Councillor Hamill, would you like to close? Divisions call for this motion. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Gates, Councillor Martin, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall.
Motion carried. Okay. 16.3, Councillors' procedural motion. I move that item 16.3, presentation of ARC implementation update, building the future of resource recovery be deferred to the 863 full council schedule for 27th of January 2026. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Yes, go ahead.
Is it likely Ms Baker will be still with us to make that presentation at that time?
Who's that?
Ms Baker.
I think so.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything different.
Yes, she'll be here.
Right, anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carry unanimous. 16.4, council, sorry? You want to run the meeting? Councillors, 16.4, councillor request to reimbursement of legal costs. I'd like to present to you prescribed conflict of interest. The prescribed conflict of interest, the matter is on the screen. Councillors, I will leave the room and take no part in discussion and determination of this matter. Pardon?
Would you answer a question before you leave?
I can't. You've done this before. You've gone through this path before. When I'm leaving for prescribed conflict of interest, I can't answer a question or enter into a debate.
Can another chairperson answer, receive a question that Tom Tate could answer?
Excuse me, I have to leave as soon as I've done this, right, I have to leave the room.
Okay, whatever you like.
I will. And just letting you know, Mr. CEO, lunch is ready at 1. I won't be waiting.
You're eating the turkey on your own.
I'll ask Deputy Mayor to come and chair.
Yeah.
Well, councillors, we're at item 16.4, councillor request for reimbursement of legal costs. The Mayor has left the room under a prescribed conflict of interest. I put it on the public record. Is there any other councillor wishing to raise a conflict of interest? Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Chairman. Councillors, I'm aware that there may be a prescribed conflict of interest in regard to my involvement in the meeting. The prescribed conflict of interest is a strict category of conflict where a councillor has specific, significant financial or personal interests in the matter. I don't have any financial interests in the matter, but I do have a personal interest, obviously, because I'm one of the named parties in the subject litigation of 2018. I'm conscious of the fact that I have a broader obligation to place the public interest above my own. And in that regard, it could be argued that my first obligation is to take part in this debate and expose what I believe to be flaws and fallacies in the report and the externally sourced material it relies upon.
Sorry, Councillor Young, could I caution you that before we decide if you have a conflict or not to stray too far into general
Thanks, Chairman. I'm not asking the council to make that decision.
You are persuading people.
I'm not asking council to make that decision. I'm just telling you that I believe that I have a broader obligation to place the public interest above my own, but I believe that the public interest is not served if there's any question or doubt about me placing my interests above that of the public, and accordingly I will remove myself from the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillors, is there any other councillor that wishes to raise a conflict of interest on this matter? In that case, we will allow Councillor Young to leave the room, and for the reasons that are listed on the screen, that legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving local government, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken or taken against the local government, as a basis of reason to go into closed session for confidentiality.
Ask questions in open before we move to close if they are non-confidential questions or questions of process.
I'm happy if there are anyone that think they has a question that can be answered in open to put it forward first.
I think I do, if that's okay.
Yep. So let's try that first. Councillor Toes, a question for open.
And I'm happy for you or the CEO to provide alternate advice, or General Counsel to provide alternate advice. My question is a matter of process in relation to when does a councillor have a proactive obligation to report suspected misconduct to the relevant authority? And not only now, but what was the case in 2018?
Mr. CEO, you able to answer that?
I can, but there are better people in the room who can. So I might ask General Counsel to answer it. You're more likely to get an accurate answer.
Through the Chair, Mr Acting Mayor, I did confer with you on this basis earlier this week. My understanding is in about 2018, a positive obligation was introduced under the legislation where if a councillor became aware of a conduct breach or misconduct, there was an obligation to refer that observation. But prior to 2018, that positive obligation did not exist.
Yep.
It was an option for the councillor.
Okay, thank you. My second question is also a matter of process, and it talks about when a complaint is made about a councillor or a councillor's conduct. These days it's referred to the OAA, and there's advice provided by the OAA back to the City of Gold Coast about that process. Was that process in place in 2018?
Mr. CEO.
The process is that if a complaint was made about a councillor, then that what you've said is close, but there is an obligation for that to be reported, but it's reported in a table, in the general table, which appears on the website at the conclusion of the event. And that is the case now, and it was the case back in 2018. The way you described it, councillor, was that a complaint's made and then the OAA refer it back to us, but that doesn't happen until after the matter is dealt with in either, and it doesn't matter how it's dealt with, however it's dealt with. Does that make sense?
It does. The reason I'm asking the question is I'm trying to determine a timeline, and I am aware, having read that register of complaints made, that a complaint was made about Councillor Young's conduct in and around that time, and my understanding is that complaint was dismissed by the relevant authority at the time. I'm trying to work out when that dismissal specifically would have occurred, and if it did occur, which I believe it did, would the Mayor have been made aware of that dismissal, and how?
I was not the CEO. I'm unaware of a recording on the register that names the councillor. I'm aware that there are a number that might sound and look and feel like they're similar, but it does not name the councillor, so I'm not in a position to confirm or deny that the councillor was referred for anything, because the register does not say that.
Doesn't identify them.
No, and the Mayor would have been party to the publication of the register in its generic term, the same as any other councillor or any other member of the public at that time.
Is it fair to say that wouldn't have been communicated in writing to the Office of the Mayor? There's no normal process that would require the register would be updated, and that'd be the end of it.
Again, you're asking me to reflect on something that happened 8 years ago when I wasn't the CEO, but what you've described is not standard process.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. That's all I've got in open.
To the best of my knowledge, 8 years ago.
Unless there is anyone else wishing to ask a question in open, I'd go back to moving us to close for the reasons outlined on the screen. Seconded by Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. The meeting is reopened at 14:01. Can we please have the change recommendation up on the screen? I'm happy to move the change recommendation. I seek a seconder. Councillor Doran. I think we're about to go to lunch, so there's no need. We're about to go to lunch, so there's no need. Councillor Doran is happy to second the motion. Councillors, I just want to acknowledge that for some councillors in the room, I understand that this matter has brought up some uncomfortable times from the past, and it's definitely brought out some interesting point of views and debate from councillors who were part of the term when this all occurred. So I want to acknowledge that. Can I also acknowledge that for all the new councillors, especially who are the furthest away from this matter, that this has put you in an interesting position to be part of this, trying to understand the past and then look to future policy stuff as well. Can I acknowledge that I think the quality of questions and debate and input through the whole process to get us to this change recommendation was excellent. I know that the change recommendation doesn't necessarily fit 100% comfort with everybody, but I do genuinely believe that this is a change recommendation that appropriately addresses the Mayor's request and submission, but also appropriately addresses the future position of this elected wing on these matters moving forward. I would invite a speaker against the motion. In that case, I will close debate. All those in favour? The motion division is called.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Tozer.
The motion is carried. Councillors, thank you for that. It is 14:03. I adjourn the meeting for lunch.
Back on, yep. Okay, councillors, we're up to 16.5, facility activity review. It's on grey, I note. Anyone got any questions on that? Okay, go ahead, ask the question.
No. Mr. Mayor, I probably would prefer to ask it to close, being that the item's on grey paper.
So you're going to refer to particularly in the grey, yes?
Probably not without identifying more information which is on the grey papers.
Okay, you want to move into close?
Yes, please.
Seconder? Councillor Martin, all in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other questions? Someone like to move recommendation? Move Councillor Tozer. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fowler. Would you like to speak on it?
No, Mr. Mayor, the report speaks for itself.
Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour show of hands. Against, motion carried. We go to 16.6. I think I'll go to Councillor Hamill.
Happy to move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Move recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Lacastra. You'd like to speak on that?
Mr. Mayor, just very briefly to say that this has been a really interesting process going through from the starting point of the city having an aspiration to increase our high-performance sports centres across the city and to add to our economy through growing the space. One of the key areas that we can grow in this space is by supporting our two national football teams, being the Suns and the Titans. This proposal here today will give the Titans a location in Carrara for their high-performance centre to be delivered at. Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to say anything much else to it, apart from that we look forward to seeing the blue and yellow on the building very soon, and this being a great addition to the high-performance sporting scene on the Gold Coast.
Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor, would you want to yield to Councillor Castro to close?
Happily yield my close to the good Councillor Castro, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Castro, you want to close?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, look, I think, as Councillor Hamill said, it's very, very important to be supporting our national teams here. The Titans have led a very good community process. I've actually attended a couple of community addresses to the locals in the area. They've been very upfront with everybody, been prepared to answer any questions that have been thrown at them, working very, very closely with the community. And I have to say that the response from the local community, from what I've seen, has been very positive, and they've been very appreciative of the fact that the Titans have been so upfront and forthcoming. This will be a great facility. And it's not just with the Titans. When you look at the ancillary uses here as well, it's going to be of great benefit to the wider community. So yeah, I look forward to seeing this application progressing, and be very, very excited to see it unfold.
Okay. Councillor, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. 16.7, Councillor Hamill.
Happy to move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Do I have a seconder? No seconder. Councillor Curtis. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, it's been my usual practice at Planning Committee to indicate whether I have historic donations. The council hasn't required me to make a declaration, but both on 16.7 I have one regarding UPS. I received a donation from them in 2014 and 15 outside the relevant term, but I wanted to raise it in case anyone wished for me to make a declaration today.
Anyone wants? See it fit to make a declaration, anyone? No? Okay. You got a question, Councillor Marshall? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I do have a few questions. Some relate to process, but others are specific to the building.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, I guess the first question is, I just need to, new councillor, I just need to understand, I guess, the process, how this has come to full council. I asked the planners for this to go to committee, but here we are at council. So I just want to get a better understanding from my community and personally as well, how that has come about.
Any items that's in the committee that I wish to come to full council, I can do so. And I've asked it to come to full council.
Respectfully, but Ms. Mayor, through you, I did ask if this could go to committee. That was all.
Yeah, I overrode you.
Okay. I guess, so given that discussion, has that happened previously, but?
Absolutely.
In development applications?
Any items in any committee.
But when the divisional councillor has said that they prefer that to go to committee?
I can override that.
No, I just want to know if there's examples, but I obviously have to go back to the community and say how this
No, you go back to community and said the mayor made a decision for it to come to full council.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I guess I needed to hear that on record. I am going to speak against this because of that process, but I'll do that at the time. The actual questions, but I guess around the specifics of the building, and it's probably through you, Mr. Mayor, probably to Lara. I guess I'm just trying to get a better understanding. The original code accessible building, 24 metres, with the height overlay at 24 metres, had 80 dwellings. The impact assessment went back. We actually got less permanent dwellings and 98 short-term accommodations. So it seemed that the percentage of short-term accommodation went to 60%. That seemed to be the dominant use as opposed to the housing use. I just wanted to get a comment. Is there a benchmark in the city where the dominant use changes depending on, I guess, the overwhelming change in units or accommodation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's no set benchmark. This is an other change application. So the applicant has put forward the change to reduce the number of permanent accommodation on the site and incorporate short-term accommodation use into the proposal.
Just to follow up, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I guess from the community's perspective, they've got a concern that it's now more dominant usage is short-term accommodation than permanent accommodation. But I guess the other question relates to, we've debated quite vigorously in this chamber about the 50% uplift and that being particularly in areas in Palm Beach. Obviously, I've got a bit more of an indication now, but I probably need that to be explained again and to all of us why the neighbourhood zone that this lies in, why we're going to 80% uplift as opposed to the standard 50% that we've seen in other areas.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the site is in the neighbourhood centre zone, so the uplift criteria doesn't apply specifically here. So given that it's in a neighbourhood centre zone, the benchmarks that are most relevant and applicable to the site here come from the centres theme. And so as such, the application has been assessed against the neighbourhood centres provisions and benchmarks within the scheme.
And a follow-up question, Mr Mayor, through you. So is there a cap on a neighbourhood centre zone? Is there, given this is 80% uplift, I've got something coming later on that's a 300% uplift, so I'm just wondering where this would end.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there's no set cap in terms of the building height. Like, it doesn't kind of max out at a set cap. It's to do with, you know, all in relation to the context of the particular site.
Okay, and then, sorry, another question through you, Mr Mayor, is just in terms of the nighttime economy, we've got a midnight curfew for the licensing and music. We see a midnight, if I use the example, down at Nobby's, but that's an already established zone for, I guess, restaurants and nightlife. This seems to be its own centre. There doesn't seem to be the same, I guess, infrastructure for nightlife around this area. So I'm just questioning how we've got to midnight as opposed to 10 p.m. as well.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so the commercial uses on this have already been approved under the code accessible application to operate from 7 a.m. until midnight. So that is carried through as part of this proposal. The only exception here is the consumption of alcohol on the site past 10 p.m. So that's the only change, and that's also an impact trigger for the food and drink land use.
Okay. Yeah, I will speak against all my questions.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it'd be helpful if you could please outline why the 50% uplift doesn't apply. I know the answer, but the community does see that as a test generically around the city, and if you could just explain to me what the cap of a 50% uplift test would have, if it was implied at site, would have applied, but it's not applying here. Could you just explain the difference between what we normally have in terms of an uplift test and why it doesn't apply here?
So through you, Mr Mayor, so in relation to the 50% uplift, so that applies for urban neighbourhoods. So even though this site does have an urban neighbourhood, I guess, is subject to the urban neighbourhood in the strategic framework, it may apply to neighbourhood centres. So we haven't deemed that as the relevant assessment benchmark for this application, given the centre zoning, which is the kind of higher order provisions in the scheme. So that's why that is the applicable benchmark and how we have assessed this application.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Another question is in relation to the shadowing that occurs at this site. The mapped height, understanding your answer there, in that there's no 50% cap, the map type's 24 metres and this one is proposing to go to 42.7. Can you talk about the impacts that was assessed in relation to the shadowing of the neighbouring properties?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So you're correct. On page 401 in your agendas is the shadow diagrams. So officers, through our assessment, have determined that the shadow is fast moving. This is also to do with the fact that the proposed built form is positioned closer to the Gold Coast Highway. We've got in excess of 20 metres, so between 20 and 25 metres setback to the adjoining residential properties to the east. So given that the site is also bordered by 3 road frontages, the majority of the shadow does actually fall on the public road reserve.
One last question, Mr Mayor. And just in relation to the assessment that allows for the recommendation to go to 42.7, you acknowledge there's no 50% uplift test that applies here, but what were the frameworks that led the officers to determine that it could go above the 24 metres? In terms of, you mentioned before, the framework allows for height if you meet certain standards. Would you mind just outlining what those would be?
Yeah. Through you, Mr Mayor. So relevant benchmarks related to height. So through the neighbourhood centres and the centres hierarchy and the benchmarks relevant there, basically call for neighbourhood centres to provide a focal point for the community, for the built form to be more intensive than surrounding residential developments, and that the height reinforces the urban legibility and centre identity. So they're kind of the main provisions that we have called on in assessing the height proposed as part of this application.
Okay. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And through you, Are you able, Lara, to tell me how many levels are proposed at this point in time for outdoor dining? I thought I noticed 2 and 12, but I wasn't certain whether 12 was part of the former application. But how many levels will there be an opportunity for outdoor dining in the current proposal, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So the ground level constitutes the dining element, and then level 1, and then there's also a roof terrace, but that's purely for the purposes of the residents for the short-term accommodation and permanent residential on site.
Okay, so I can understand how Councillor Marshall missed the hours of operation, given this was the first approval was delegated, and his concern about the hours of operation. Given the surrounding residential, what work did officers do to determine that midnight was going to be appropriate for the surrounding neighbourhood?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So, sorry, Councillor Gates, so in relation to...
the noise from dining till midnight and the activities associated, I think collections were possible until 10 p.m. It's quite late.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So, as I said, the commercial uses, so they already have the operating hours from 7 a.m. till midnight. Given that the majority of the outdoor dining areas are all internalised within the site, so within the kind of atrium area between ground and level 1. We've also got the site adjoining the existing neighbourhood centre further to the north. So this is basically an extension of the neighbourhood centre zone, and we also have acoustic treatments proposed, and there's a condition of approval which recommends the endorsement of the acoustic report which was submitted. And in addition to that, if and when the applicant applies for liquor licensing to OLGR, there'll be additional requirements imposed by that organisation.
Have we got some vision that we could look at of the design? I mean, when I was reading my agenda, I couldn't quite understand where those open areas were. It seemed to me that they abutted the houses to the east.
What page?
Through you, Mr Mayor, page 482.
482, councillors.
Is the ground level plane. And then you have level 2 commercial on page 483.
I didn't download this. I went to the...
Next question. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, through Mr Mayor. These neighbourhood centres, and obviously I'm interested in the 50% uplift, and obviously we've got quite a few neighbourhood centres on the Gold Coast. Have we got many other examples where this is already applied, where we've gone above the 50% or to the, I would say it's around 89% now, as examples on the Gold Coast?
Through you, Mr Mayor, can't think of any examples off the top of my head. We've obviously got an application in at Benoa at the moment. That's also a neighbourhood centre area.
Any other question? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Two questions. The sites that abut this, or the properties abutting to this to the east, can I just confirm they're in the medium density residential zone? So the two properties, and they are subject to the 50% uplift. So what the maximum height of the properties to the east would be? So the only neighbours?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct. The medium density residential zone, they have a 2-storey 9 metre building height overlay, so up to 3 stories and 13.5 metres.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow on, I was just looking at the character assessment of the area, given this isn't limited to the 50%. So I was just seeking, there was 3 examples, I think, of similar neighbourhood area buildings. So I was just seeking to understand what the tallest building was used in the character assessment, just to get a feel for similar character. I think it was Ventura Solo. Yeah, are you able to just clarify that height?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So further north on the Gold Coast Highway, we've got 3 buildings ranging from 28 metres to 36 metres that are already constructed.
Okay, 36 being the top, and this building being 42.7, correct. Thanks.
Any other questions? I'll go back to Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, just acknowledging your comments at the start that the reason the request was made to you to send this to full council was because this application would be in special delegation territory, and our colleagues made it very clear that use special delegation in absolute limited circumstances, and we made it clear that day that special council meetings or sending it direct to full council were the alternatives. So very much support your call to send it to full council today. Mr Mayor, this is a big site, just over 4,000 square metres, and as you can see in the plans, it has 3 road frontages. That enables the delivery of a holistic edge-to-edge development opportunity, which is a great outcome instead of any orphan blocks being left behind. We should always want amalgamation and for whole sections of street blocks to be taken out. Mr Mayor, this is a catalyst site where I believe that one would expect to see redevelopment proposals of scale and significance. It's neighbourhood centre zoning, it's a big site. There should be a demand from the community and from our city of the quality of what is proposed here. The neighbourhood centre zone shows that everything in the zone that we seek intends to happen. The site incorporates a robust mix of land uses, including residential, office, retail, food and beverage. The ground plane is dissected by laneways for vehicles and pedestrian circulation and internal atriums for indoor ambience. These are all the things that on a much bigger site and the chance that holistic edge-to-edge development that you get those opportunities for architects to work in. Mr Mayor, it's got a mix of small format tenancies to attract a broad mix of businesses, which are there to serve as local convenience but also attract people in the area. It's not just one big box supermarket in there, it's a genuine broad mix through those size of tenancies to really see what is growing through Mermaid, Nobbies, those areas of more interest in people seeing more dining and retail opportunities in these suburbs. Mr Mayor, I recognise the inclusion of short-term accommodation has attracted some objections, but would make the point that nearly everywhere else along the highway corridor in the medium density zone, it contemplates this as a code accessible use. Mr Mayor, also as well, there's been a long heritage of motel short-term accommodation on the Gold Coast Highway, including 2 examples directly on the other side, which is the Camden Motel and the Turtle Beach Resort. Councillors, this site is co-located beside the light rail corridor and has a tram station platform and pedestrian crossing leading directly into the ground floor level of the precinct. A pretty unique site and unique opportunity for those 2 things to be connected together. The 3D renders show an exceptional quality which will form part of setting the new retail standard for the city, making sure that as neighbourhood sites come in for more applications, which, as Lara pointed to, we've got Benoa Gardens in. I'm aware of other neighbourhood centre zones that are definitely looking at what the future looks like for them. Mr Mayor, Planning Theory 101, something I raise regularly, would say that neighbourhood centres are zoned that reason on purpose. There is an intent in calling it a neighbourhood centre zone and the centre hierarchy we have. We expect neighbourhood centre zone areas to have quite a significant form for there to be some scale, for there to be some density around it. At 42.7 metres, I'd like to make the point that that is to the top of the lift overrun and the small enclosure on a very large rooftop. So it's not the edge of the building that the public can see from the road. That's not 42.7. That's the lift run right in the middle that no one can see. The majority of this building is set to around 36 metres. So what is visible from the road, what the public interacts with, the feel of bulk and scale that comes with buildings is about 36 metres. Mr Mayor, as has been teased out already, but just to be very clear, the city plan contemplates building height increases in this zone, and there is no restraint on the extent of uplift in the neighbourhood centre zone. There is no 50% uplift test. It allows that planning 101. How big a block do you have? How big are the setbacks you can do? How much car parking you deliver determines how big the box should be on the site. Mr Mayor, the other big advantage of these big sites is the opportunity for setbacks. The section drawings show that the setbacks comply with the city plan requirements. That in most circumstances we have tower setbacks of between 6 metres and 20 metres from the common boundaries, with the only neighbours which are on the east. It also shows substantial tower separation to help mitigate the issues of overlooking and shadow concerns. Councillors, the other interesting thing about the neighbourhood centre zone is that it allows an 80% site cover. This proposal is only seeking on average around 58%. So it means around 900 square metres less footprint than what could have occurred on the site. Mr Mayor, I think this is a really important outcome. That additional square meterage that's not being taken up is more room for landscaping, more room for public realm, more room for that flow through there. So would compliment the applicant and the architect on this one for not taking advantage of trying to push the limits with the site cover, but appropriately addressing that on the site, and with 58% being the average. Mr Mayor, car parking was also something that I read in a lot of submissions, concerns around car parking. Obviously, the co-location beside a tram station with services going live before this will be built helps with car parking demand. Notwithstanding that, Mr Mayor, the proposal has 4 basement levels of car park with 383 car parking spaces, of which there's a significant supply of those for the retail side as well at 152 spaces. That is different to a lot of other neighbourhood centres where you don't get additional car parking. So think of the Chevron and the Tedders and the Nobby Beaches of the world, Mr Mayor. We don't get that opportunity for that additional car parking above the ratio for those realms. Councillors, this application being impact went through public notification. There was 180 submissions in total, of which 95 submissions were in support and 85 submissions were against. I don't think I need to stress the point to you that it is rare that we have an impact application come through where there is more submissions in support than against. Did read through all 180 of those submissions, including the not properly made ones, and Mr Mayor would compliment the officers that I think a lot of the concerns raised have had a lot of detail put in the officer report to answer those concerns and direct any resident who wishes to read further in the report of where to find more information on those concerns. Councillors, this is a significant proposed project for Mermaid, but also for the city. As a city, we should want, in fact, I'd say demand, that sites this large, especially in single ownership, deliver exceptional outcomes. We should want that from our neighbourhood centre zones and should want that from these big redevelopment opportunities. It will set the bar for what redevelopment of other centre zones look like and can achieve, especially sites on our existing light rail corridor and, Mr Mayor, or hopefully on future public transport corridors very soon. I urge my council colleagues to support this proposal and the officer recommendation of approval.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. Look, a lot of the statements that the Planning Chair and Deputy Mayor made, I completely agree. This is a really good-looking building, good car parking, good setbacks. My biggest concern, though, is the perception to the community that their local councillor didn't have a say. And I'm mainly talking against this because there's a perception out there that it was my voice and their voice, I guess, wasn't heard. I guess if you cast your thoughts back, we had a workshop across the road not long, about 6 to 9 months ago, where we spoke about risk, and we spoke about how, in general, people have less and less confidence in elected officials. And one of the biggest things that the person spoke to us about at that meeting was the importance of being transparent, being open and honest, and also being consistent. And my concern with this development is that it's not consistent with the other developments in the area because the other developments came through a committee. I'm not suggesting that anything is unlawful. I'm not suggesting, like the Mayor said, that it can't happen. My concern, though, is that people, for the largest development in Mermaid Beach's history, will look at this and say, well, this wasn't done the way that the other developments in Mermaid Beach were done. I'll echo Councillor Hamill's comments. It is a good-looking building. It has great car parking. It has good setbacks. The height is a concern, but I also acknowledge that it's the lift over well that takes it up. It's the consistency of the decision-making. And I've made a really conscious effort in the last 18 months to be really open and honest with people, to be consistent in the way that I've communicated with them and transparent, and I just feel that this erodes that process, and so that's why I'm speaking against it.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, only to say that the alternative was special delegation, where no one else in this room apart from you, me and the CEO would have had the chance to interrogate it. So if the concern is around transparency There's nothing more transparent than the item being at full council in front of all 15 elected officials to interrogate and ask questions, which everyone's had the free and fair opportunity to do today. So I'm not concerned by that. It is this council that is a decision-making body, not committee. It's been interrogated, or every councillor here has had the opportunity. On the back of that, again, I would urge my council colleagues to back the officer recommendation of approval.
Debate's closed. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall.
Motion carried. 16.8. Notice of Local Government Association, Queensland. Mr. CEO, can you give us a summary on that?
I certainly can, Mr. Mayor. This is pretty straightforward. The Mayor and I are both in receipt of a letter from the Local Government Association in relation to the matter covered in the paper. We are looking for a steer so that we can cast our vote.
Thank you. Right. Sorry? Moved by which one? Let's see. Recommendation that, okay. Move, Councillor Tozer. Seconder.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm asking for a seconder, so you can hang on to your question. Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Question, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies, I was quick off the mark for the first time in my life. When it says on page...
What did you do in your first time in your life?
I was quick off the mark for the first time in my life.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, page 9. Page 9 has the voting paper, and it does say voting entitlement of 10, but then it says for and against in the motion. My question was, are we looking for one vote, or are we splitting the 10 votes up?
No, it's not.
Because I don't know if we're going to have a unanimous decision.
No, we vote once and we get...
We vote once, but we get allotment of voting entitlement of 10.
Majority wins, is that the way?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, just to explain to Councillor Doran, we have an allocation of 10 votes amongst all local governments in Queensland.
Yeah, I get that. I know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
He
one
gets
vote.
it.
Yes.
He gets it.
The resolution today allocates all 10 votes to this purpose.
But we only vote once.
I appreciate Councillor Tozer once again clarifying what I mean.
Well, no, I thought you asked an open question, mate.
Mr. Mayor, my question was...
I got it.
Thank you.
Have a read?
And the answer is
One vote, 10.
the majority wins and it'll be counted as 10. Anyone to speak for? Councillor Tozer?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, for the public's interest, what we're doing today is proposing a motion to make sure that if a councillor chooses to run for a seat in state parliament, they don't have to resign from their role as councillor if they want to undertake that role. And I think there's a natural succession that we've seen observed in this, where people who do that work very hard for their council for as long, and the ratepayers for as long as they can up to that point, and that enables us to have that smooth transition. It's entirely appropriate, and I think it's the right move for council.
Okay. Councillor Doran?
Just to put the alternative case, I take Councillor Tozer's point that that you can retain your seat and run, but if you didn't want to, you could resign. I think my predecessor did that. I actually think that given that they're fixed council elections, Mr. Mayor, and one's in March and one's in October, if you're planning on running for state MP, well then don't run for council 6 months earlier. That's my opinion. So I'm actually not supportive of the recommendation. I think you should have to resign once you meet the threshold outlined in the report.
Yeah, you can make a good point, because you're going to create another... You jump in for 5 months and then... So, no, I get it.
Hey, we're on the same page.
Yeah, Councillor Patterson.
I'm going to have to tick 2 boxes now.
Councillor
For and
Patterson.
against it.
Mr. Mayor, I share Councillor Doran's point on that. However, the issue is that the majority of people that run with parties, and a party pre-selection may happen after an election. So then someone doesn't know whether they're running, they lose their council position. So If it was really explicit that all pre-selections happen before a local government election, then perhaps, and that would be natural. But that's why there's an issue there.
Let's clarify. Clarification.
Clarification, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and not wanting to quit while I was almost ahead. It does say in the report here that only once it's been accepted by the ECQ. At that point, that's quite late in the process. So I think in the report it says that's quite close to October. So I think that's okay. But
yeah, you're ahead. Councillor Curtis.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to throw in amongst that the potential of future by-elections in which someone might have run for council, and, as in the case of my predecessor, were not aware late into the term that they might wish to run for state, and then obviously would have to resign to do that. So that's just another anomaly to consider in the decision.
All right. Okay. Anyone else want to speak? Councillor Tozer to close.
Mr. Mayor, elections are always fraught with an element of risk, and what I'm most interested in is continuity of representation for the ratepayer and potentially the taxpayer. I think what's proposed in this motion enables that continuity as best as possible, given that inherent risk in any election, and that the subsequent by-election that might occur at a council level for someone moving to the state is an appropriate and generally budgeted process that we go through. I think it's appropriate and proper that we allow that continuity as best we can. I hope we support this motion today.
Councillor Doran, because I look at it, you got a different view, right? Did you want to foreshadow this motion in case?
Yeah. Thank you.
So that otherwise we take the vote on that, and let's say you're part of it. The motion didn't get up. It's gone. We don't have a position. You want to foreshadow that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to foreshadow the alternate that was provided, that a vote against will signal that Queensland...
Just take the word "not" out of it.
I'm taking Mr. Mayor's advice.
What do you reckon?
I foreshadow that. I'm happy with what Mr. Mayor suggested. There are words provided in there. But
as long as I can steer, it doesn't matter.
Look, English is my second language. Let the CEO work it out then.
No.
I thought I was right.
All maintains. Which is double negative, but whatever.
Yeah. What's that say?
It says that the local government association does not maintain its current policy.
But it says does not, and then it goes
should not.
Councillor does should not.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything.
Does not maintain.
It is a double. It does mean the same though.
That. Okay, I know what you're doing. I got it. Change its members such that should. Let him work it out.
I thought mine was simple.
Almost.
Giving a bit of time debating the foreshadow.
We'll make it nice and simple.
We're right?
It's coming.
No, Councillor Fowler.
It's a double negative. You need to remove the not from the should not.
Yeah. So we're replacing it all together and just saying that I exercise my delegation on your behalf to vote against the motion, which is much clearer. Just allow me to tick the against box.
Well, where is it?
It's coming.
Who's doing the voting?
Oh, I or you, but I've both.
I thought I was.
No, it says CEO or Mayor, so
doesn't. Doesn't
All right.
doesn't the mayor outrank you?
It says that's an or, not an and.
Well, let's put it in the motion.
All right, scrap that. It's the mayor. Fine. Yeah, we are elected. That's all right.
I've got a fresh one here.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Gates, for that Christmas present. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've still got it.
The mayor. Okay.
Still got it.
I don't think you need a second there for his first shadow. Unless I'm wrong, anyone to correct me? Okay. All right, Councillor, here we are. We go to the original motion, moved by Councillor Tozer, second by Councillor Patterson. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran. Oh, Councillor Hemel. Apologies.
Should we vote it again?
Now we know who's running for state. That's a good point.
All right. You got it? Motion carried.
And for what it's worth, the mayor now has to sign something he voted against. Just saying.
No, shit, better be the CEO.
You're gonna
Yeah, I know. We've done that before.
Oh, well. See, he's got to vote against the way he voted.
So, which one, mate?
Hang on. It was. Which one was it?
4.
4. So it's 4.
Yeah. Do I put the 10 now? Just 10.
Just the 10.
Done.
Might just check the record.
All right. We go to item 11, councillors. Planning, regulatory, planning. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 862nd Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 18th of November 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 12, be received.
Second to Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. I'm going to planning myself. I don't have the planning in my pack. Is it in separate folders? Ah. Okay. Do I go to Councillor Hamill first?
Let's head to Palm Beach, Mr Mayor, and we'll go to item 6.3, please. I'm happy to move the committee recommendation.
Move committee recommendation. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Patterson. Go to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I won't move the item, but I reserve the right to respond.
Oh, didn't you move it?
I did. I won't speak to it, sorry, but I
you want to speak?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bubble.
Are excused. Been a long day.
It's been a long day.
All right. Anyone want to speak against? Now you can respond.
Not
Councillor Hamill.
No, not.
Councillor Hamill. Respond.
Apologies, Mr Mayor. I thought there was going to be a speaker against. Mr Mayor, happy to move the committee recommendation, which backs the offer recommendation of approval for this item in Palm Beach.
All right. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Martin.
Carried supermajority. Any other item? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, 6.2.
We're going to 6.2. Seconder. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I have some questions on the refusal motion that I'd like to tease out first, and would probably need the help of Mr Moran to answer some of those questions if he's available.
Come on in, Mr Moran. What page? Huh?
Mr Mayor, so noting I have moved the committee recommendation, which is refusal, it's my intent to go through some questions and just highlight a few problems I have with the refusal motion, the hope of tidying it up, then allow debate to go from there. So through you, Mr Mayor, to Mick. Mick, in section 1 of the refusal motion, which I'm going to refer to as Councillor Marshall's refusal motion through this, he mentions the acceptable outcomes. Could you confirm for me that this application was dealt with on performance outcomes? So the reference to acceptable outcomes as part of the refusal in section 1A doesn't really need to be there because it's on the performance outcome, which is PO5.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hamill, that is correct. This was an impact assessable application, so the benchmarks are the entire scheme. It's not necessary for an impact assessable application or even a code application to comply with acceptable outcomes. The test is whether it complies with the strategic framework or the performance outcomes.
Mr Mayor, if you'd permit, as I go through these, is there a chance that we could put a strike through a few lines as we go in the hope that when I get to the end of it, we've got an amended motion that has everything there still?
Okay. Only with consent with your seconder, Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hamill said that he'd like to make amendments to the motion as he goes through, and I said he only can do it with your consent.
Yeah, I'll see if as we go, if you don't mind, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Just Mr Mayor, because then it's tracked. Everyone will be able to see what I'm proposing to cut and leave in, and then it'll be clear for everybody.
But at the end, I'll come back to Councillor Patterson.
So, Mr Mayor, before we get to that, Mr Mayor, through you to Mick, so in section 1A of Councillor Marshall's refusal motion, it references that the site is not identified on the building height overlay map for increased height. Would you please confirm that the building height overlay map doesn't designate where a height uplift test may apply? That's got to do with the zoning.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the building height overlay map provides, I guess, in the one provides a couple of things. It does indicate what the intended height is, but it's also a test for whether something remains code, or if it exceeds that building height map, then that application becomes impact accessible. So the map in and of itself doesn't allow or not allow for increases in height. That comes from the assessment criteria.
And Mr Moran, would you confirm that this site is not actually covered by the building height overlay map, so referencing into the refusal is kind of redundant?
You're correct. The site doesn't have its own specific designation under the building height map.
So, Mr Mayor, what I'd propose is in 1A that we leave non-compliance with mixed use zone, height PO5 being the PO outcome, and that we strike out everything else to do with the acceptable outcome in the building height overlay map, and that we just leave the last sentence that says the proposal fails to achieve PO5 as the height is, and then leave the Roman numerals.
Okay. Can you get that?
Yep. Yep.
Ask a question about that. What's happening here?
Councillor Tozer.
So just so I've got it clear, I wasn't familiar with this process, but my question is Councillor Hamill proposing to remove the acceptable outcome elements because the performance-based scheme enables us to disregard them and they wouldn't stand up in a court proceeding?
So, Mr. Mayor, the performance,
okay, got it.
the performance outcome is what was submitted. The performance outcome is what was assessed. If we're going to refuse, it should be on the PO. Mentioning the AO is kind of
is redundant.
Exactly.
Yes. Yep.
Exactly. You get smashed in court.
Yeah,
got it.
And I do apologise, Mr. Mayor. I did think I'd work it all up and just put it as an amendment, but without everyone being able to see what's going on,
I don't mind you
it's
going
easier this
through
way.
each item.
Yep.
Is that right? Are you happy with what they've done?
We need to delete end AO5 in the brackets, or strike it through, and then, everything. So strike that out and then strike the next sentence out of there. Yep, that's correct. So the compliance is with height PO5, and then it lists the reasons why. Mr. Mayor, if I could go to 1C now. So the site is not part of the Gold Coast Highway corridor. Mick, would you please confirm for us that there's no assessment benchmark in our city plan that refers to the Gold Coast Highway corridor?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. There is no assessment benchmark on that specific.
So it's not relevant.
No, Mr. Mayor. So it's not a relevant ground to put forward as refusal because it's not an assessment benchmark. Gold Coast Highway corridor is not identified in any way, shape or form or context. There's no measurements, there's no maps that identifies a corridor. So as a ground for refusal, I don't think it is one. So my proposal would be that all of 1C is removed.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just a question.
Councillor Marshall.
Just a question on that one through you. I'm supportive, given it was my refusal motion, to make it as tight as we can so that it stacks up. It just did make a comment in the report, though, that along the Gold Coast Highway corridor, it was anticipated that medium rise use, and I think that's why I put that in there. More than happy if it makes the refusal stronger, but that was just the part of the report that I quoted, that's all. But if we feel it makes the refusal stronger.
If you want to move an amendment to put it back in, I'm fine with that too. But they're saying it's not relevant.
Yep.
No. So, Mr. Mayor, he's
trying to make it stronger.
Yeah. So, as clear as possible, Mr. Mayor. The court's made it clear they want these things to be clear. Mr. Mayor, my suggestion would be that 1D is really saying the same thing as what 1A does. It's all about the PO5 in the mixed use zone. That 1D, while it uses different words, says the same thing. Like a non-compliance with PO5, the reasons listed in 1, 2, 3 Roman numerals cover the same as 1D. I don't think they're needed. So would strike out 1D. Yeah. Remembering if anyone wishes to add any particular one of those Roman numerals back in, feel free to at the end of this. Mr. Mayor, in Section 2, Section 2D, I had a question through you to Councillor Marshall. I can't make heads or tails of what Section 2D actually means, so I was hoping he might be able to explain in his words what his intent was, and that I can give some guidance if it's there or not, or what it may need to be.
Okay, Councillor Marshall, go to 2D.
2D. I guess this just relates to the performance outcome 1 of the transport code. And I would imagine what I was getting at was trying to give it some context, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, that because of the limited street parking now, 3-hour parking, there is no off-street parking, there's no residential parking, and that then places the pressure on the local street networks and is against that transport code. That might actually be covered further down anyway, but I'm happy if you feel it doesn't add to the refusal. It was to deal with, but I guess the performance outcome 1 of the transport code.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, my personal thoughts would be that 2A calling out PO1 does that, and then the reasons listed there beneath that, then connecting it to the parking benchmarks and the travel demand measures is probably the right flow. That I think D is kind of half repeating what's already said above. I don't know if it adds anything additional that really makes a big difference.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd agree. I think it was more a chance for me to give some contextual reasonings why, so I'm happy to strike that.
Strike 2D out.
I'd strike 2D out, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, again through you to Councillor Marshall, 2E, conflict with strategic framework and zone code intent. So you reference in Roman numeral I the strategic framework theme 6. Did you happen to mean, sorry, just let me check here. We don't have themes in the strategic framework like that. Did you happen to mean the city shaping themes? Because there is 6 city shaping themes, and I'm not sure if you might have got confused.
Yes, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. I did. That is a confused. Sorry, that is my fault.
Yep.
I think this was a late night put together the day before. So, yep.
So, Mr. Mayor, if that was Councillor Marshall's intent, theme 6 of the city shaping theme is a safe and well-designed city, which I don't think is what he was actually getting at with this, because he then references supporting infrastructure.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. In that regard, the infrastructure was to do with the lack of on-street parking, and that the infrastructure led to, I guess, further demand and strain on the infrastructure being on-street parking and the access to the corridor.
Mr. Mayor, I understand Councillor Marshall's intent, but definitely referencing one of the city shaping themes is not the connection point for that. The PO5 that's mentioned in 2A, B, and C does that already, and the overall outcomes is probably more important. So a second question on this quickly. So Roman numeral 2, you reference, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Marshall, you reference the medium density residential / mixed use zone intent. There's no such thing. There's mixed use zone or medium density residential. So what was the intent with 2E Roman numeral 2?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess that was in relation to that comment that I made earlier, where there was a statement in the report that talked about the Gold Coast Highway corridor had a medium density height, I guess, was anticipated, but this was a mixed use zone. So I sort of hedged my bets on that one and said, well, if we're going to that height because it's stated that this is what's anticipated, the medium density, given that it's a mixed use zone, I just put both in, but could have easily done just the mixed use zone.
Probably hedging bets when it comes to lawyers, Mr. Mayor, and appeals is not the approach. Again, I'd probably suggest to Councillor Marshall that simply referencing non-compliance with the transport code, which all of that gets wrapped up in, does enough. It may be that he adds some other Roman numerals on later on, but my preference would be that 2E be striked out, that it's really not achieving anything in that form, and it doesn't reference anything that's not already clear in where he sees the other non-compliances which are listed out.
Well, in your amendment, strike it out.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the end of the big strikeouts. Mr. Mayor, I had a question for Mr. Moran in regards to Councillor Marshall's 2C Roman numeral I, that no credible evidence has been provided that demonstrates sustained reduction in private vehicle use. This is in regards to the travel demand measures. Could Mick please provide some advice on what evidence was provided to justify the use of the travel demand measures?
Mr. Moran?
Mr. Mayor, this application proposes a certain amount of car parking on the site. It also proposes a range of what's called travel demand measures. So they include things like a car share, motorbike spaces, bicycle spaces, and all those things actually, in accordance with our city plan, contribute to a reduction in the amount of off-street car parking that's available. So there was no evidence as such, but that's what the proposed plans showed. It had all those travel demand measures, and when you calculated the parking in accordance with that, it complied, we thought, with the acceptable outcome.
Mr. Mayor, in 2C Roman numeral 2, the proposed measures are not enforceable or guaranteed to maintain reduced parking demand. Mick, if we issue stamped plans and conditions does that then mean that those conditions and stamp plans are enforceable by the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, in my opinion, there would be. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Marshall, the second part of that was, or guaranteed to maintain reduced parking demand. Could we get more of an idea from him of what he meant by that?
Councillor Marshall.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, what part were you referring to there?
2C, Roman numeral 2.
I guess that comment was in relation to the unbundled car parks. Essentially meant that it was no car parks assigned to any specific unit or dwelling. So it was not able to be enforced because you could actually drive 2 cars down there. If you and your wife had a car, you could take a car park and it wasn't enforceable that you could only use one or none. And then my comment around the guaranteed to maintain reduced parking demand was more that given the nature of this development being short-term rooming accommodation, it was a transient or short-term temporary, stay, and there was no way that we could actually guarantee that somebody who's coming for a short period of time is going to sell their car because they're here for a short period of time and therefore no longer need a car parking space. So it was more, a comment to say the nature of this actual dwelling didn't really guarantee, and with no on-street parking, that they were going to change their ways around parking.
Mr. Mayor, thank you to Councillor Marsh for the extra detail. Mr. Mayor, I did have a problem with 2C Roman numeral 3, that the site does not offer practical or realistic alternatives to private vehicle reliance. The site is within close proximity of a high-frequency bus stop that will be then within close proximity of high-frequency light rail very soon. So while I'm happy enough to leave Roman numeral 1 and 2, I think Roman numeral 3 is a bit of a stretch, and would seek Councillor Marshall's indulgence that Roman numeral 2C3 be deleted, that there is realistic alternative to private vehicle use available within close proximity to the site.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree if this was permanent long-term rentals. If you think it makes it stronger, I'll cross it. I just think that the nature of this. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. And sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just feel that the nature of this accommodation is too reliant on somebody being there for a short-term transitional period, and if it's at full capacity with 109 people who, as was described to me in one of the briefings, these are people that may have a full-time job but are actually living in their car because they can't get into the rental market. There isn't an realistic alternative for them to park their car when there's 52 spaces, vacant. They can't park on the street and get a permit because the permits that we did in Transport Committee, they won't be allowed to get that. There's no car park around that area. It's time restricted everywhere, given the 400-metre radius. So I just didn't think there was a practical alternative.
Mr. Mayor, on that further explanation, I understand the intent. I'm happy to leave it there. Mr. Mayor, I had one final little change just to make sure we've got the right language before I had another couple of questions for Mick. So in 2B, it mentions minimum parking benchmarks. We don't have minimum parking benchmarks. We have acceptable outcomes. So just looking for the language in 2B to be changed to meet failure to meet acceptable, to meet AO parking benchmarks, I think is what Councillor Marshall is looking to do. So in 2B, if we can delete
just change
minimum to failure to meet AO parking benchmarks. There's one more, Alicia, third sentence down, relative to the minimum. Yeah, that's fine. I think that works the same way. Mr. Mayor, through you, so since we're in the travel demand measure section, I was hoping Mick could give councillors some context of a recent decision in Balinga that went through the courts for a purpose-built student accommodation site where travel demand measures were part of the application and part of the appeal of just what the experts found on that site and what the final outcome of that appeal was.
Mr. Moran?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Hummer, you're referring to the student accommodation.
Yeah.
Councillors, that application was recently resolved. That was one where the council decided to refuse the application for a few reasons around the design of the building and also car parking. The car parking for that development had car share spaces in it, similar to this proposal. Through the course of the appeal, once the independent traffic experts were appointed, they reviewed that car parking and the car share, and they both came to the view that that complied with our city plan. So that reason for refusal fell away with the agreement of all the parties, and that also included the submitters who joined the appeal. So it was no longer a contested reason for refusal. Ultimately, the court did decide to approve the building. The court was really making a decision on the building height at the end of the day. But that development was approved with a car share scheme similar to this one.
Mr. Mayor, my final question through you to Mr. Moran. If this application was in Southport or as part of the Southport PDA or in Surface or Broadbeach as part of the transport hub, is there a set car parking ratio that would have applied for the rooming accommodation use?
Mr. Mayor, I'm out on that one. I can't tell you specifically what that would be, but I believe in Southport and the transport hub there are reduced rates. I just can't tell you off the top of my head what they are.
Well, I know you hate this, Mr. Mayor. I know the answer, and it's 0.25 per unit. Mr. Mayor, so that is all the changes I had proposed to the refusal motion. While I won't be talking to it to support it, I do think that if there's going to be a refusal motion debated, that's a much clearer and cleaner refusal motion. So with that, that's the end of my questions, but won't be speaking to the item and will speak against it.
Well done. Councillor Curtis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so that we're not left in a situation where we're without a motion, I would foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
Foreshadow officer recommendation. Okay. And so speaking, so you'll yield to... Do you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I will move this amendment.
No, it's already moved. You can speak for it.
I speak for it. I appreciate, thank you, appreciate, through you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the Planning Chair and Deputy Mayor making this a stronger refusal.
Question, just a matter of procedure, Mr. Mayor. Is the motion before us the motion with the struck out items, or is it the original motion that was accepted?
No, the struck out items.
Okay, great.
There's no other motion.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was very clear about it.
Okay, go ahead and speak.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, councillors, I spoke to this at committee, and the reason I'm suggesting a refusal is based on two main areas. One of those is almost certainly the height and the built form, and the other is the undersupply of car parking. As we've seen, and we've spoken a little bit about it already, this is a code-accessible, it's a mixed-use site with a code-accessible building height of 9.5 metres and 2 stories, and the proposal was for 31 metres and 9 stories. So it was a 300% increase in height. Obviously, we'd spoken earlier about the 80% and that was okay in the neighbourhood zone, and I understand that this is a mixed-use zone and there's some nuance around that, but we have, I guess, been in this chamber where we've debated vigorously about a 50% uplift. I realise in a mixed-use zone there is no 50% cap, but this is 300%, and that's an enormous jump up from when the people who live in that immediate area look at the code-accessible building height of what their neighbours will have or across the road, and it says 9.5 metres and they're potentially, and 2 stories, and they're potentially looking at 9 stories. I did talk about this, and the officers referenced it in the paper, that it was a stark contrast to the 1- and 2-story houses that surrounded this area, and that given the height that was being proposed and that it was a mixed-use zone, one of the, it's mentioned up there, the overall outcomes of a mixed-use zone is a smooth, steady transition in height. As I mentioned in committee, if you're on the western side of the Gold Coast Highway, there's nothing for about 1.5 kilometres north or south that's above 4 or 5 stories, and we're proposing 9 stories in this location. This will stand out. This is a big jump up from everything else around it. I understand that there was a lot of commentary in the paper about the anticipated height or what something could get to, but as I spoke to, I guess in committee, there is no impact. There is no character analysis in the report because there is nothing in the immediate area that sort of looked anything like it. And so I would then draw on, which we've done previously in the Planning Environment Court, that character, and this was in a Bell versus Brisbane City Council and the K&K Proprietary Limited versus Gold Coast City Council, is that character is not just an abstract concept held by a planner, but it's the visible, experiential quality of an area as understood by the people who live in it every day. And those were the 190 people who objected to this application and objected and cited the height. Secondly, though, it's the car parking. This is, to give you context, I guess diagonally, as the crow flies, is the Nobby's Beach shops, who have just recently permanently lost 30 car parks as a result of the building of the light rail. At the most recent Nobby's Neighbourhood Watch meeting, I was accused, as were all of you by proxy, of being corrupt because we'd somehow historically approved developments with an undersupply of car parks. And as I said at committee, we hadn't approved an undersupply. We'd approved 1.2 car parks, which was our code-compliant car parks for the area. But locals felt that this was an undersupply, and I was going to them with 0.6, or half of what they already thought was too little. I understand, and through you, Mr. Chair, the EGM and GM have spoken about the heavy use of the travel demand measures that were placed upon this, extra bike racks, share car facility. But the reality was, where I had the biggest issue with this is I understand that we need to reduce our cars on the road. I understand that we need to maybe have forced behavioural change, and the way to do that is to do an undersupply of car parks. And were this permanent accommodation or long-term rental, I could understand and justify that somebody could move here, settle in, understand they don't need a car, and get rid of their car. But by its very nature, this accommodation is short-term, temporary, transitional rooming accommodation. It's mentioned in the report, this is somewhere where someone might go because they can't get into the rental market straight away. As I mentioned earlier, it was mentioned to me actually in one of the briefings that this is for someone who potentially has a full-time job but is living in their car until they can get into the rental market. Ironically, they're going to have a car. And so my concern was with no longer any street parking, because we've resolved that to be 3-hour street parking, with no parking underneath in this development, we're actually forcing people to drive to work. We're forcing them to take their cars because no amount of 50-cent light rail travel will equate to the $160 parking fine they'll get each day if they leave their car where they live. That's directly against our performance outcome 1 for transport, which is to reduce your reliance on a private vehicle. This actually, in my opinion, increases your reliance because you'll be fined if you leave it where you live. For those reasons, I did seek a refusal, and I really appreciate the planning chair for cutting it down so that it's a bit tighter. But like I said, I don't think it meets the height for the local area and the local character, and also an undersupply of car parking.
Councillors speaking against the motion, anyone? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the words of the divisional councillor. When I look at this, what I reflect on is the need for diversity of housing in our city, and the recognition of cost of living issues in our city. I think it was an interesting comment about if this was in Southport. This area, and it's outlined in this report, is in great need of housing that the workers who work in that area can afford. We are getting to a place in our city where someone who may be making your coffee or doing whatever type of work has to transport themselves somehow an hour to get to that job because of cost of living. Now, some of the concerns and frustrations that happen when there are developments that are presented which are more affordable is people say, well, we don't want to see height and we want to see more car parks. Well, guess what? If there is less height and there's more car parks, it is no longer affordable housing because it cannot work. And if we are going to address these issues in our city, we have to recognise that for diversity of housing, there are some points where these measures need to be considered. I recognise as well, when I was discussing this with our officers during the planning meeting, the tension that there was for them in coming up with their recommendation. It wasn't clear cut, it wasn't black and white, but in the end they recognised that this form of housing is vital and that it does comply with these requirements under the city plan. That's why I won't be supporting this recommendation today, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Doran, you want to speak for the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the divisional councillor in this motion today. I think there's a lot of merit to both arguments here, but I think the overarching issue for me is that whilst there's nuance in our city plan and we have a performance-based city plan, the line is put somewhere for a reason. And in this instance, the line is right here, which says that 9.5 metres is the height. Quite rightly, if the proponent had purchased this site in Surfers Paradise with the existing planning protocols, they would have paid a lot more for it. So I think we've got to respect the local community that have maybe made investment decisions on the basis of a 9.5 metre height, and understanding there's performance-based outcomes that will create some flexibility there. But to go to 31.1 for me is a little bit too rich, too high. There is a line just to the north of this, Mr. Mayor, and officers were quite rightly looking to take the character of that into it. But as a councillor and supporting the view of the local councillor, I feel like that's probably a step too far in this instance. When Councillor Marshall talked about some of the traffic and transport and parking issues, again, taken together, we've got 109 rooms, a cafe that has 2 car parks, and then 57 shared spaces, but 129 bike spaces and 19 motorcycle spaces. And it's a little, whilst again not criticising their work, it's a multiplier of transport codes that gets you to that space. And I probably share Councillor Marshall's view that it's probably out of balance with the use in the current city. I don't think that refusal of this application is a reflection on the use in that location. The use can go in that location, but more commensurate with the local planning controls, which are closer to 9.5 than they are 31.1. I think that if the future city plan envisages this height, then there is an opportunity in the future where we can reassess it. But as it stands right now, for me, it's too far a leap from the current height to where this is going to go. And I think that Councillor Marshall has shown, whilst this change recommendation tightens it up a bit, I think he's shown that he's given it significant thought and reflecting what his community wants, and I'm happy to support him in this instance.
Speaking against the motion? No? Okay. I'll go to Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to acknowledge Councillor Marshall first in this. It's no mean feat to come to Planning Committee with a refusal motion that, while we have tightened it up a bit, there was obviously a lot of thought and effort put into it. So I do want to acknowledge that. That said, while I have helped put it into a better format that I believe will be easier for our legal representation if this gets to appeal to understand, I still do have fairly significant concerns that I know the level of assessment that went into this application. Like, rooming accommodation is a bit of a rarity in our city. This site, being an island site, its location, like it had all the ingredients to make sure that our assessment branch gave it a lot of extra attention, that we did seek a lot of additional advice, and we really did put it through the ringer. For them,
note that you can't speak against the motion, right? You're closing for the motion.
True.
Okay.
That's a good point.
You can't speak to the foreshadowed.
Can't speak to foreshadowed. Mr. Mayor, I'm just...
So
I'll leave it at that then. I'll acknowledge... That's good.
All right.
No, I'm not even going to try. I'll just finish with that of acknowledging
But good
Councillor.
work for doing the amendments.
Acknowledging Councillor Marshall and put the offer on the table that the next councillor with a refusal motion, feel free to put it out beforehand and we'll see if we can address this beforehand.
Okay. Councillor, debate's closed. Division's call. All in favour for the refusal, show of hands.
Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Patterson.
Motion carried. Any other items separately? Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, I was just wanting to ask a question about what we just did.
No, we've moved on.
Okay, I'll ask it privately.
Yeah. Councillor Lacastra.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's 6.6. Thank you.
6.6.
So, Mr. Mayor, I actually have a proposed motion here, which is
in red.
In red. Yes, there it is, in red. Do you wish me to read it, Mr. Mayor?
No, it's okay. It's on the screen. Viewers, have a good look.
Or shall I just give everyone
Unless you want to read it, it's up to you.
No, I'll give everyone a chance to have a quick read. And
how about you read it and then they'll sink in.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Mayor, that number one, that the committee recommendation not be adopted. Two, that $100,000 be immediately allocated from the city's priority reserve for the purpose of e-mobility devices, in brackets, e-bikes, PMDs, close the brackets, enforcement, device enforcement pursuant to Council's Local Law Number 9, Parks and Reserves, 2008, Local Law Number 11, Roads and Malls, 2008, and other relevant local laws for land under Council's control. The CEO allocate the necessary resources to target known hotspots for e-mobility device usage. The city enforcement officers work in collaboration with the QPS and other relevant state agencies in the interest of public safety on land under the control of Council. And 5, that the CEO bring back an update by March 2026 on the results of the e-mobility device enforcement and any recommendations for further funding requirements.
Thank you. Seconder? Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks.
Question? Oh. Councillor Gates.
My first question is whether we have those funds available, please, through you to the
Got any money?
Yes.
Next question, Councillor Patterson.
Mr. Mayor, in a recent conversation with police representatives, I learnt that one of the issues they have with enforcing is that they don't have anywhere safe that they can store e-bikes. And it occurred to me that we do have some space where we put non-compliant cars and boats, and that may be something that we can support without putting dollars in, support them in. My understanding is they're literally not taking them right now because they don't have a safe space that they can store them. Thank you.
So, yeah, can we do that?
Happy to work with police on that.
Happy to work with police. Right. Councillor Curtis.
I'm just trying to grapple, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, just grappling with the necessity of this change because I'd sort of boldly put forward that I have one of these known hotspots in my area, and I've always been able to work with the compliance officers on targeted days, and they have been working proactively with the QPS, and I was not aware that there was any kind of deficit in our resources to allow that to keep continuing.
Mr. CEO, deficit, question mark?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. We can always do more, and if it's council would like to resolve $100,000 and for me on behalf of the city administration to use those resources to do more, we can and we will.
Okay. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as a follow-up, where would that be coming from? So if it's available, is it coming from the same pool?
The city has a strategic reserve. There's more than $100,000 in that reserve. We'll pull from that reserve and use it.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, could I get an idea, like, say, practically what does that actually do, but say $100,000, that's not enough to, is that hiring more staff? Is that paying for overtime? Like what are we actually doing practically with $100,000 to make any difference?
What are you doing with the money, mate? On red?
Acknowledging you saw this.
This is the one I will hand pass to the EGM for an operational.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hammer, I'm just seeing this today, what we would probably do is look at a resourcing plan. We would need an officer, to be honest to that, because otherwise if we don't, we would be taking some of those officers off other compliance matters or homelessness. So in my mind, it would obviously be up to council, but it would be an officer. Then we would have to look at what are they doing, where are they going, what hotspots are we targeting based on the resolution. So that's how I would probably look at it at this point. But again,
and you'll come back in March to let us know.
Let you know.
All right. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm a bit concerned about this, Councillor Castro, through you, Mr Mayor, because of the amount of ocean way we have where e-bikes and PMDs are travelling. And I know that the police are struggling having resources. I know that some of our local law officers are really tied up and sparse on the ground with other enforcement issues. So, I am concerned, do we need a policeman with them? Because we heard during the committee that there could be some issue with asking for ID, especially with minors. So I just probably need a couple of these questions answered through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO.
CEO?
Look, I'll have a go and then I might let the director or the
have a go.
Manager. So I think what council should consider this is a $100,000 trial between now and March. We'll take that additional research, resourcing, that money, we'll put together a plan, we'll figure out the best way to use that, and then we'll come back to you in March and say, has it worked, yes or no? Can we do more or should we be doing less?
Yeah,
but in broad terms,
we'll get feedback from the police as well.
But it has to be hand in glove with police.
Hand in glove. All right. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just re-clarify, because we did have this discussion at length at committee, that this would actually wrap into it all legal uses of e-bikes across our city, which means that nobody would be allowed to ride an e-bike legally on our public land. Could I have that clarified, please?
That's not a me question. That's one for the manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, if we were to prohibit the devices in a park or another space, then yes, that would be all legal and illegal e-bikes.
We already prohibited. No, don't worry. We already prohibited, so this is a good start. Councillor Peter Young.
I just recall we recently received an email from the police, in particular the officer in charge of Gold Coast District Crime Prevention, and they were seeking our support in promoting publications about warning the public and asking the public, is your e-bike legal, is your other thing legal? And so I'm just asking the question, through you, if you don't mind, to the mover, that instead of saying enforcement, it might just say actions or activities, or because then that would lend itself to us perhaps supporting the police who've asked for our support, and we might be able to tap into that.
Councillor Castro, your thought?
Mr Mayor, I'll get to all this in the debate, but no, we need to enforce it because we have local laws in place which tells us we should be enforcing, and we're not, and we need to. But I will describe that because all these questions will be answered. Will be answered.
Any questions, Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just on the budget, I know we have strategic reserves, but just seeking, this is unbudgeted, and would this affect our operating surplus ratio?
Well, yes. By 100,000 on 1.3 billion.
Yeah, money's got to come somewhere. So, question, Councillor Tozer.
When we had the presentation, my recollection is it was relayed to us that we can't issue any enforcement notice to a person who's underage, we can't do it on private property, and we can't do it on roads, we can only do it in parks. Just conscious whether there is a risk management plan for our staff to be able to, in my division we have lots of very large parks where these e-bikes go very fast, and I'm just conscious that our team members might be safe.
Mr CEO?
So yes, that's a factor, and that'll be a factor in the trial and how we roll out, how we attempt to do this compliance. Obviously, my first obligation is always the health and safety of our officers. we will take this money, we'll run a trial, we'll test ways to apply the standard and the law, the local law, in a way that ensures that we maintain the safety of our officers.
Yeah. So, councillors, because it's coming back to update us in March, it'll give us the opportunity to analyse it, the effectiveness of what they're doing, what sort of solution, and it might be that we have to have a good-sized budget item to make the enforcement, because by March we're still in budgetary. So let's see what happens, and if it's suffice that we tweak here and there and this is enough, well, we're going to have to create a realistic budget item if we want to realistically to curtail this. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering whether or not we should get some advice as to whether or not there should be some liaison with the Lime Bikes program, and whether there should be some restriction or some notification that if you ride it in certain areas that they do now, that they will be subject to local laws, just given it's a council-endorsed shared scheme.
His answers, yes.
Yes.
Any other questions? Then I go question, Councillor Patterson.
Question through you to the CEO, Mr. Mayor. Do you have a concern that we're effectively taking over state's role again? This is something that I expect that it is the state's responsibility, and any time that we see them not doing something, we jump in. I'm concerned, I just wondered if you're concerned, that if we do it well, state goes, oh great, well, council can pay for it.
No concern, because Councillor Castro will be in his speech and he'll speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll keep it brief. Just in relation to looking at if it were to get adopted today and brought back, would we also get consideration in March around the local laws if the local laws aren't actually strong enough to change it?
It's already in there.
Which would be separate? No. What I'm saying is I know it's already in there. Would we get consideration from the feedback of the trial to consider changing the local law if it's not? Yes.
That's a yes from Mr. CEO. Any other questions? Do you want to have a break? Yes. Councillor Castro, off you go.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think I can answer all those questions and a few more. I was anticipating probably most of those, not all. I will start firstly by saying from some of those questions there is clearly a very big misunderstanding from so many councillors in this room about what our local laws what local laws are already in place, what those local laws can achieve and what they can't achieve, and why we need the assistance of the police as well. When this first or last came before council, I think Councillor Hammer was in the chair, and I spoke about the fact we've got these existing local law provisions there. So we've got local law number 9, which deals with parks and reserves. We've got local law number 11, which deals with roads and malls. We've got subordinate local law 9.1 as well, which obviously attaches to number 9. And if anyone wants me to go through those at any stage, I can actually just go through that and explain. It's very...
You've already gone through it over the phone with me, mate.
Very clear. Okay. I have. I've gone through it with Mr. Mayor. I bored Mr. Mayor to tears with it. I'm sorry. So, look, and I accept there are difficulties. I accept that there are difficulties around enforcement, and but that's the very nature of any regulatory matter. You know, it's not easy. You need to have people on the ground. It is resource intensive. It's just a matter of whether there's a will to enforce the local laws that are in place. Very interestingly, the very next item on the planning committee before after 6.6, we had 6.7, where the committee actually decided that, and this one I don't know if this was going to come up, but the committee decided against allocating, decided to allocate additional resources for illegal dumping. And I think that report spoke about something like 3.3% of incidents investigated did we issue fines. And yet I was absolutely flabbergasted that, and that was around the anticipated rise in illegal dumping. So I was flabbergasted that no one thought that maybe we should be allocating our resources in the interest of public safety, where we've got deaths and we've got injury, which isn't anticipated, it's actually happening. I think since the last council meeting there have been 2, it might be 3 kids who have actually died on e-bikes. On the Sunshine Coast 2 weeks ago, and I think the young lad involved, 15 years old, who hit and killed an 8-year-old on an e-bike. The 15-year-old is now up on charges. So, in fact, this morning there was another one in New South Wales only a few hours ago, another kid killed on an e-bike. It's happening all the time, and yet we're prepared to put resources into illegal dumping. Look, I don't want illegal dumping, but I'm not going to lose any sleep if I find that someone's illegally dumped some stuff somewhere, but I'm going to lose sleep if another kid is killed on an e-bike when we're not enforcing local laws that are clearly defined. They're clearly in place. And it's our obligation to do that.
Just pause there. Councillor Cassie, on that, I just want to be clear that our local law is on our parks, right?
Yes, yes.
So that we're not doing what the police got to do on the roads and all those, and that's the state government. So, I want our constituents and Gold Coasters know that this is the enforcement for e-bikes going into council property, which is our parks.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All those ones that may got injured on roadways, it's still state legislation and responsibility. So it's because some people, won't understand that bit. So I just want to clarify that. That's all. Please have your time back.
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Mayor. And I was actually going to get to that, but it's
good. Sorry about that.
No, that's good. I've got it all. No, but that's good. You saved me doing that. So, so it's not just the deaths. Just anecdotally, very quickly, because there's a fair bit more to get through. But a couple of weeks ago, there was another guy on the Gold Coast got hit from behind on a footpath by a 14-year-old e-bike rider. He ended up in hospital, back problems, broken leg. It's happening all the time. So, and I just want to remind councillors too, the original report that came to Councillor Taylor's committee, just to remind you that between January 2022 and November 2024, this is in Queensland, there were 81 hospitalisations and a 650% increase in e-bike crashes and a 250% increase in PMD crashes. And that it's getting worse. And we can see that. It's just happening all the time. Now, getting onto the point of what's the police's responsibility and what our responsibility is, the media keeps going on about illegal e-bikes. If the e-bike is throttle driven, so if you've got, throttles, and it's more than 250, over 250 watts, and it gets up to speeds for more than 25k per hour, it's not an e-bike. That is an illegal, unregistered motorbike. And that is the responsibility of the police. It's also the responsibility of the federal government, who are allowing some of these bikes in, but other bikes are coming in that are then being modified. So if it's not pedalled, if it's not power assisted, it's not an e-bike. They're illegal motorbikes. But even though they're the police's responsibility, as Mr. Mayor just pointed out, it's their responsibility when they're ridden on the road. But anything that is ridden in our parks and ridden on our footpaths is council's responsibility, and it's our obligation to actually enforce it. Now, there's a lot of talk in the report about displaying of, you've got to display signs. There is something in there which says, or you can resolve not to. That's clearly already been done because we have subordinate local law 9.1. To have a subordinate local law in place, council is obligated to do one of two things, either to resolve to put in signs or resolve to not put in signs. So clearly that's been done. So no signs means prohibited. You can't do it. Very, very, very simple. And that is already in place. So that needs to be understood. We don't have to do anything. It's already in place. Again, as Mr. Mayor pointed out. I just want to cut through some of this because I don't want to keep you here forever. But it is a very important thing that we're discussing here. The reason that I speak in number 4 about the city enforcement officers working closely with the QPS is because there are a lot of minors, yes, but there are a lot of adults who are riding e-bikes as well illegally and power-assisted cycles on our footpaths. As far as I'm concerned, anything with a motor on it, unless if it's motorised, it shouldn't be on our footpaths. Unless it's a disability vehicle or something like that, it shouldn't be there. Interestingly, our local laws say you can't drive a motor vehicle in a park, and you can't discharge a firearm in a park. We don't have signs saying, don't shoot people, don't fire guns in the parks, don't run a vehicle, drive a vehicle through the park, because it's stating the bleeding obvious. You shouldn't do it. But we've actually got something that actually states that you can't have these power-assisted cycles on our footpaths and in our parks. On the footpaths, it's Local Law 11. The reason I say we need to work in with the police is because when we do get minors, if we say, what's your name? Okay, Mickey Mouse, where do you live? Round the corner, whatever, Cairns, they can say whatever they like. We can't do anything about it. The police can. They can get that information out of the young person. They can demand that they give their name and address, phone number of the parents, and they can actually then take that action. Also, it's discretionary. We can decide what we're targeting. So I'm speaking about hotspots. I'm talking about things like the Ocean Way. I'm talking about places where we know there's a lot of this activity going on. We can't be everywhere, but the message will very quickly get out that if you're going to do the wrong thing, you're going to get busted. And it's not unusual to be working closely with the police. We did this years ago in Surfers Paradise, Mr. Mayor, with touters. You remember how bad it used to be? Everywhere you went, someone was handing you, come here, free booze cruise, do this. We couldn't actually enforce that, so we worked closely with the police. And the police were able to enforce it. So if some of this money there is to have a plainclothes policeman with us, then so be it. If that's what the money is spent on, so we can actually enforce this and actually get tangible outcomes. So that is why we need to work closely with them. And as I say, we can target, it's at our discretion as to who we apprehend, who we don't apprehend. We can go for the most dangerous. We can't do it all, but we are obligated because we have laws in place which says you can't ride these things, and we need to enforce it, because otherwise what's the point of having a local law if we're not going to bother to enforce it? So from my point of view, yeah, you can allocate resources for all sorts of things, but this one is important. It's a big issue. It's a real issue. The community wants action, and I think we need to be leading the way. The parliamentary inquiry is going to take quite some time. Does that mean I've got a minute left? Yeah, okay. Going to take quite some time. That could take months and months, but there are things we can do now, and there are things we can do and things we should be doing now, because we're obligated to do so under our local laws. And just, doing it right now might just stop some of these parents, buying their kids a throttle bike and saying, get out on the footpath or in the parks and have fun and get yourself killed. It might just send a message to say enough is enough. Kids should not be riding these things, and our pedestrians and our public, our residents need to be safe.
Okay. Speaking against the motion. Question, Councillor Gates.
Thank you very much, and it's through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. Would our enforcement officers have access to a motorised vehicle in order to apprehend anyone that, because that's, for a long time, that's been the issue in parks when we get a compliance officer along and they don't have bikes and the kids just flee. So,
Mrs. Leo?
So I think at this stage I'm not really ready to commit either way yet. Let's take this on, design the trial based on the money and based on the time frame, and then we'll come back in March and let you know.
okay. And just one more question, Mr. Mayor. In point 2 of Councillor Lecastra's recommendation, he speaks to local law number 11, roads and malls. Is that purely in relation to footpaths, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Well, the footpath actually forms part of the road in that sense. But if it's physically on the road, I suppose if it's in our bike lane, I guess we can. Sorry, the CEO might better answer that. But I think we can do it.
I think essentially the law applies, and again, in the context of the trial, we'll do it in the context of the local laws listed. So it doesn't matter if it's a footpath or the road; it's whoever it applies.
Question, Councillor Farrell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the city officers, is there any way that we can distinguish people doing the right thing on legal devices as to those doing the wrong thing on illegal devices? I agree with 95% of what Councillor Lecastra has said. My real concern is that we need to increase active travel and reduce traffic congestion. And if we have parks that are the connecting pathways to a train station, for instance, are we stopping those people doing the right thing on legal devices accessing public transport?
Mr. CEO?
I think the intent is to do a trial, and these are the issues that are going to be flushed out in the trial between now and March.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, is there a way, my question was, is there a way in the local laws to distinguish, or is there a change in the local law that we can do to distinguish?
Mr. CEO?
Well, again, that's why we're doing the trial. So, well, as proposed. I'm sure there are, and I'm sure there are things that we can do to help in that space. But for the purposes of the motion put before you, we'll do this trial. It'll uncover these kind of issues. We'll come back in March and give you a solution for how we're going to progress with it.
Councillor Doran speaking against. Question, go ahead.
I know that I went there before, but I'm in real contradiction here when Councillor Castro said no motorised devices, but we have a shared bike scheme that uses the Ocean Way, and I'm after some clarity from the officers as to whether we'd be in contradiction of our commercial arrangements or whether or not there's a conflict there that I'm not seeing the solution, but it feels like that they're in contradiction with one another.
Mr. CEO?
I haven't read the contract for the provider, but I can almost guarantee you that there would be something in that contract that says that they can operate in a manner that's inconsistent with our local laws, Councillor.
Speak against the motion? I'll go to Councillor Castle to close.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, look, I've said most of it, but to answer through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fowler's question, as I say, in the end, we can't nab anyone, so it's at the officers, the police's discretion. We need to be targeting those people who are interfering with the roadway, as it says. There's this number 11. Those who are putting people in danger, which again is what our local law speaks about. So we can decide who we target. We can't nab everyone. We can use our discretion as to, we need to hit the hot spots and we need to hit those offenders who are, really causing havoc and the most danger. And certainly those who are on souped up, e-bikes that they've modified. I do want to come back to one other thing though, Mr. Mayor, I'll be very quick, but all this talk about active travel, if you're not pedalling, as I said, I did mention this before, but if you're not pedalling, then you're not being very active. And there's mention in the report about this being in contrary to our active travel strategy. But I'm sorry, if there's an active travel strategy that is causing death and injury, then I think you put the active travel strategy to one side and you actually look at the public safety in the first instance, as I say. But if you're not pedalling and you've got a motor that's propelling you, and it's not you doing the pedalling, and the pedalling will cut out at, you can only get up to 25k per hour, then it's not active travel. So we don't have to worry too much about that. You know, if you're going more than 25k, it's not active travel, because if you've got a legal e-bike, it should be cutting out at 25k. So we can still accommodate the active travel.
Okay, the debate's closed. All in favour show hands. Against, motion carried unanimous. Councillor Fowler,
thank you.
In the Mayor's Safety Suburb Forum, if you can bring this motion up and let the police know that we were working hand in glove, hotspot identification, that sort of stuff, if they could let us know so that you can feed it back through to the CEO. Thank you. Councillors will take a 20-minute break on the dot. Okay? No, it's 16:29 now. Add 20 minutes. All right. Back in 20. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, item 6.7, if we could, please.
Second.
Yes, you didn't know which one it was.
You're going to move?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor. Move the
Second,
committee
Councillor
recommendations.
Gates. Beauty. All right.
Mr Mayor, so I just wanted to call out this item and the report that was behind it. So this report came back on the introduction of the waste recycle centre charge next year. There was a report sought from councillors on the cost implications of an increase in illegal dumping. We amended the report scope so that it was more about illegal dumping in general and littering in general, so that we had a more holistic view of things. Mr Mayor, what was important from the report for me is that the officer recommendation and finding after consultation with other local governments and the information that was available was that even if there is a minor increase in illegal dumping on the back of the introduction of the charge, the evidence would suggest it would be for a short period and that we can manage that minor increase through additional resources and additional budget. So that was pleasing, Mr Mayor. And just to point out that there was an addition made that has an updated report coming back to the special budget process to once again review the matter overall. But just that was good insight from officers. Mr Mayor, what the report also did show is that illegal dumping is a big issue right across the city, that we already have major problems with illegal dumping in some suburbs, especially suburbs where there's high density development and people are leaving stuff on the curbside when they're leaving properties. So while this was originally about the gate fee introduction, it has definitely highlighted that we should continue to focus our efforts on illegal dumping and look to be smarter where possible with our resources to look to combat it and reduce costs where we can.
Okay, anyone to speak against the motion? Would you like to close? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items, Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. 11.2, governance. Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 862 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 18th November 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 8 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items to look at? Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I move that all recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. Lifestyle, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 862 Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee held on Thursday the 20th of November 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 4 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, item 6.2, thank you.
6.2.
6.2 for some questions, Mr Mayor, then possibly a change recommendation.
Question, go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I'm looking for some clarity in regards to the 3 sites that are owned by the Queensland Government but have trustee arrangementships, so the 2 Country Women's Association sites and the Cedar Creek Hall site. It is unclear to me in the report and the questions I've had put forward since what level of consultation has actually occurred with the Queensland Government on these 3 sites and what level of knowledge or support has been provided for them on this possible local heritage status. Could I get some clarity from the EGMs on what level of consultation with the state government has occurred?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hamill. We consulted with the Queensland Government on all 3 sites. They did not put submissions into us, however.
Okay.
So, Mr Mayor, I can't find that reference in the report anywhere. So, could you give a context of what consultation with the state government occurred?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to go about. Anne, please talk.
When it's green, you're on.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor.
So the City Heritage Officers followed the process set out under the Queensland Heritage Act, whereby we notified owners for places that were proposed for entry onto the register. So that includes the state government in instances where the state government is the owner.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I might need a bit of clarity there. So I'm taking away from that we sent a letter into the ether, but did we actually talk to any state government department, interact with any state government department on what was being proposed? Or we just sent a letter out saying this is happening, and of course we didn't get a response. We take that as being no objection.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So city officers follow the process whereby we wouldn't ordinarily consult with an owner through the due process. We follow the process set out under the legislation. So we would only consult with the state government in instances where the state government is actually the registered owner for a property.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the state government is the registered owner of these properties. There's trustee arrangementships with the Country Women's Association and this, the Albert School of Art. So is the Queensland Government the owner of the land?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in relation to Cedar Creek Hall, yes, that's correct. The state government is the registered owner for that property.
So that's not the case for the two CWA sites?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So city officers refer to the registered owner as set out in the title, and in that instance, the owner, in terms of the Queensland Country Women's Association, is the legal entity for notification.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if I could move on for now regarding the Pink Hotel site. Could I seek clarification that if local heritage status is supported here today, does this stop the current demolition permit being extended or a new demolition permit being requested or approved by a certifier?
Director, do you know that?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hamill, we're aware that a demolition permit was issued by a private certifier for the Pink Hotel in August of this year. It did have a requirement for works to commence within 2 months of the award of that demolition permit. Works have not yet commenced, principally because the lessor is still operating a hotel on the site. But we have sought some legal advice, and our understanding is even though it had a requirement to commence work in 2 months, it does not extinguish the demolition permit, so it's still extant, it still exists.
And Mr. Mayor, yeah, sorry.
Can you speak?
Oh, sorry.
I'll summarise it for you. The permit's still valid.
And Mr. Mayor, the second part of that is that if that permit does lapse, does the site going on the local heritage register stop a new permit being sought and given by a private certifier?
If this is passed and the Pink Hotel is added to our local heritage register, any future permits would have to take into account the heritage overlay. So a demolition would have to go through a development application process, and we'd have to work with the owner through our heritage team about how that would be considered.
Mr. Mayor, I'm a little bit confused by that, because the only way that could occur if there was an update to the statutory instrument being our planning scheme, and the report is silent on updates to the statutory instrument which enforces these matters. So can I seek some clarity of how that would be the case? Because that was going to be my question in regards to a DA being lodged as well. So if a DA is lodged tomorrow, does it get assessed on the current statutory instrument, or does this going on the local heritage register create some new assessment pathway?
Wait a minute. Yeah, come on. Did you hear the question? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hamill. So there are protection mechanisms within the planning regulation. So absent a planning scheme change, there are still protection mechanisms afforded to a site which is on the local heritage register.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, what does that practically look like? So a DA is lodged tomorrow, assessment team have got statutory timeframes to assess it in. What is changed for them, and what do they actually put through the assessment funnel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it'll depend on the type of the application which is lodged. Generally speaking, there is a code provided for in the Queensland Heritage Regulation, which deals with specific types of development. But as I say, it would depend on the nature of the development being proposed.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask, I'm not sure which officer, but to the EGM, but was there any consideration given by officers to the rates and land tax that the current owner of the site would have paid over time based on a value, assuming it was developable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our assessment process follows 8 defined criteria. Those do not consider the financial aspects that you referred
to. And Mr. Mayor, that amazes me that can't be considered. My next question was, if granted here today, does local heritage status require the current or future owner to maintain the building to a certain standard? Or in theory, could it be allowed to crumble and fall apart?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the property owner would be required to maintain their property like any other property. There's no specific requirements to maintain it other than that from a heritage perspective. We don't have any provisions under the Queensland Heritage Act that allow us to enforce that for private property owners here on the Gold Coast.
Mr. Mayor, I'm guessing that answers my next question partially, that I'm assuming there's no financial assistance available from the city to that owner to maintain the site to a certain standard?
No, it would be none. Yeah. No. Clarity?
So the committee discussed that at some length, and you'll note that item 2 talks about a future report outlining a program for possible incentives and concessions that could be applicable to properties. So whilst it doesn't exist right now, we actually discussed that and incorporated it into the resolution to accommodate it.
Mr. Mayor, my final question. In the committee report on page 36 under section 12, coordination and consultation, could I get an explanation why there is no consultation with any internal stakeholders listed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's because we're solely assessing it against the Queensland Heritage Act statutory provisions and the city's 8 criterion. So it's a heritage matter in terms of listing it onto the register. So we're not proposing to enter it per the agenda into the heritage overlay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that one part of this is to do with the heritage side, but this has a fairly significant planning implication. So, to be clear, there's been no coordination or consultation with the planning department on the ramifications of this to the planning scheme, any amendments required, any assessment that may be required.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so City Heritage officers have not recommended it for entry onto the heritage overlay at this point in time in terms of the scope of the report that we're discussing today.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to leave it for a moment if there's other questions, but to me that has a real disconnect about it. Like, the two things have a connection to each other. While there may not be the intent now, it has to be part of the intent in the future, because rightly the community is going to say, why is it not on the heritage overlay yet? So when ready, I have a change recommendation that would defer this item until there is appropriate coordination and consultation with the planning department on how the two pathways work together.
Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm trying to understand this through the lens of other properties that I'm aware of in my area. So I've got 2 questions. First one is the Southport Ambulance Station, which was gorgeous, majestic brick building, which was built in 1925, is not on our local register. And when I asked why not, I was informed that it was because the owner did not give consent for it, and that it did require owner's consent for it to be on local heritage. Could you explain if I'm wrong or what the case is with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So To enter a place onto a local heritage register, it doesn't actually require owner consent. The owner is notified to put a submission in on the basis of whether it does or does not meet the criterion for entry onto a register. Obviously, council can have regard for all information in terms of their decision making, but city heritage officers would not process a place on the basis of the owner not being supportive of its entry onto the register. In other words, we would still consider it for entry onto the register.
Follow up. Well, if I may ask then, through you, Mr Mayor, that to me, and it's not just because I'm biased about Southport, it would occur to me as one of the most obvious heritage buildings in the city. Why is that? Why has that not been considered in this recommendation?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So the places that we're considering today, some of these have actually been nominated by the members of the public. So in instances where we receive a public nomination, we prioritise those for processing. We also have a number of other places that we are processing as resources allow, and that may include, for example, the property that you're referring to.
One other question, Mr Mayor. Okay. It is my understanding that that has been proposed before, that building, and for some reason the city declined. So I'd be curious why that was the case then and not now. My second question is, you mentioned that there isn't any obligation on the owner to uphold it, but in the conversations I've had with the team regarding the heritage buildings that are currently on the TSS land, the reason why it was looked at that council wouldn't consider taking those on is because there is an obligation, and there's an obligation on TSS as the owner to maintain them to a heritage level, and that obligation would have been transferred to us. So I'm just curious why there is not an obligation there, but there may be that. Well, there is one there, but there may not be with this one.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So in relation to the local heritage place at the TSS property, so that's currently under a ministerial designation which impose strict conditions around the maintenance of that property. In relation to whether or not the city took ownership of those assets, we would, in instances where we took on those assets, we would actually apply our own heritage standards to maintain those properties in accordance with best practice, which is to maintain a property, keep it in proper working order.
Questions, Councillor O'Neill. All right, I'm still on the question. I didn't accept the motion, so there's no seconding. So, question, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, at the committee, we did go through at some length the process that we go through in order to consider matters on the Gold Coast Heritage Register, and these 4 items were publicly nominated items. But I wondered if you're okay if I just asked perhaps the director or Anne just to go through how that happens, so every councillor gets the same benefit the committee members did, for us to draw the conclusions we did and make the recommendations we did.
Okay. Want to go ahead?
So the question is, how do we get this list, and how do the council assess potential entrants on the Gold Coast Local Heritage Register?
Okay, through you, Mr Mayor. So thank you for your question, Councillor Tozer. So city heritage officers determine which places to prioritise for assessment based on a range of criterion. One being is if it's subject to a public nomination, for example, so we prioritise that, or if it's a place that's come to our attention through a heritage survey, for example, or through a member of the public bringing that, or even a councillor, to our attention. In that instance, then we would apply heritage best practice. We would assess the place for its relative cultural heritage significance against the 8 criterion for entry onto the Gold Coast Local Heritage Register. We have a program of work that we work through as resourcing allows, and once we've completed our cultural heritage significance assessment, we would also have that peer reviewed independently to ensure that it does in fact meet the relevant criterion. In instances when it meets the criterion, it only needs to meet 1 of the 8 criterion for entry onto the local heritage register, because it's local significance to the local government area as opposed to state. And then we would follow the due statutory process set out under the Queensland Heritage Act, which includes notification to the owner, and the owner has the opportunity to put in a submission as to whether or not they consider it to meet the relevant cultural heritage significance criterion as set out in the citation prepared by city heritage officers. And then within 10 business days, we're required to go out to public notification for the same due process. We give the community the opportunity to put in a submission. In the instance of the places that we're considering today, we received 1,700 submissions from the public, and we then process those submissions and make the recommendation to council whether or not to enter a place onto the local heritage register.
Do you mind if I follow on the question, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, it seems to me that when the four that we're considering today were originated by public submissions or public correspondence. Am I reading that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a combination of places that were drawn to our attention by councillors, as well as places that were nominated by members of the public.
Okay. And the 1,700 submissions obviously consumes an inordinate amount of time to go through that process. So is it fair to say that when we get these sort of submissions and this kind of process, where in the case of the Ocean View matter, and I think there might have been a council resolution for us to investigate it, does that mean that all of your other business as usual work just pauses? Is that kind of how it works?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we need to continue delivering our cultural heritage service. My team plays a really important role in terms of risk assessing all of our city capital and operational work. So we undertake this work in parallel with our broader routine operational work.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to make sure everyone had that clarity.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Anne. How long was the assessment of the Pink Hotel? How long has it been in assessment? And I know that it was on a list of, potential properties, but I believe it like more than 1 year or less than 1 year.
You're leading the witness.
Oh, sorry, I retract my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a program of works, and we actually had, for example, the Pink Hotel was actually scheduled for this quarter, so we're on target. But it's actually quite a long process for us to assess a place for entry onto the register, and also to ensure that we undergo external peer review as well, to ensure that we can fully justify a place's entry onto the register.
Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mayor. Just about process here, I understand everything's constrained and dictated by the Queensland Heritage Act. Just want to be clear about where to from here. My understanding is that we're required to make a decision on the proposed entries within 80 business days of the public notice. And therefore the deadline is set for 16th of January 2026, by which council has to make a decision as to whether to enter or not. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And if we don't make a decision by then, what happens?
We would need to start again, so we would need to make a decision today to enter these 4 places onto the register. Otherwise, city officers will be required to start the public submission and also owner notification process again.
All right. Any more questions? I thought Councillor O'Neill wanted to do that, and Councillor Hamill's got a change recommendation. So what I'll do is I'll go to Councillor O'Neill first. Councillor O'Neill, what do you want to do?
I'm actually moving the officer's recommendation. We did debate all of these, at committee, and we did debate all of these properties. As you can imagine, I'm more interested in the Coolangatta ones, Mr. Mayor, so I will speak at length about those. And I went through the whole report for all of the 4 of them, and you've done a great job, the heritage team.
Don't speak now. Just move the motion.
Oh, sorry. That's I can.
And the length is 10 minutes. Second, Councillor Martin. All right. And is that a question?
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to see if the mover would be amendable to a change on the Coomera CWA.
And the change is like
it's with
she
Chamber
can't go, oh yeah, I'm amendable, but don't know them.
It's with Chamber support, and they've just brought it up, Mr Mayor. So basically what the change is the original recommendation was for the war memorial, which is not the original war memorial, to be included in the heritage list. In consultation with Councillor Gates and Councillor Young, we think it's appropriate to just have the hall, the CWA hall, and the memorabilia inside listed with a 5-metre buffer. There's already been a decision, Mr Mayor, in regards to Anzac Day has been relocated, and the memorial is being rebuilt at Cliffbird Park on behalf of Councillor Young and Mr Boothman. So what we're requesting is there's one other piece there, which is a memorial pine that was planted by Trooper David Pearce's family when they were young children. We haven't yet consulted with his family, so we will do that. But Councillor Gates, Councillor Young and myself would be happy to work with the CWA to cover the costs for the relocation of that memorial pine to Cliffbird Park, where the memorial and Anzac Day are already being located, which also, Mr Mayor, is in line with the CWA's wants for the site. So we think that that's a really good outcome for all parties concerned.
Yes, Mr Mayor, that'll be fine.
Councillor Martin? Yeah, good. All right, I'll let that the way it is now. All right, I'll let Councillor O'Neill speak first, unless there's more questions. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I just wanted to ask a question through, because I'm very aware that this was a very prescribed process of how we got to the resolution. Do you have any concerns with the changes as far as us following the due process of heritage listing with these changes?
Through you, Mr Mayor, sorry, can I just clarify in relation to the change motion?
Yeah.
No, so I support the change motion. It also aligns with City Heritage Officer's findings.
Okay, so Councillor O'Neill, you've got what you said. You want to speak?
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
A long time.
I'll try to be brief, Mr Mayor. I think I'll quote everybody else here. Mr Mayor, heritage listing a property, it's a statutory process, and I think that we have followed the officers and the committee has followed that process all the way through. In relation to the Ocean View Motor Inn, as it was known, now the Pink Hotel, there's probably a balance there in recognising that it could be a development site, and is it worth saving and putting it on a heritage list? I think the latter, because I know the history of Coolangatta. I know that people, and especially the local community, want to celebrate that history. It had great support through the public. 97% of the submissions, of the 1,400 submissions, were positive. It met 6 of the 8 criterion. It has historic importance. It has rarity, and that is it is a surviving example of the 1960s motels that dotted the Gold Coast. And there's very few of them left, Mr Mayor. It's probably the only one. It had aesthetics. It's a landmark and iconic to the streetscape of Marine Parade in Coolangatta. It has association with the local community, past and present, with the holiday makers of the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. It certainly has an association with its architect, George Ray, who was quite a famous Queensland architect. I can't really say that everyone will be happy with this, putting it on a heritage register, and certainly the owners have shown that they're not happy with that. They put a submission in and an objection. But I think if they did want to redevelop the site at any stage, we heard at committee that they would work with the heritage team about that. And we've seen that in several instances, the Old Burleigh Theatre, for instance, and the Jazzland site in Coolangatta itself. So I feel confident that we are doing the right thing by the Gold Coast, by the Southern Gold Coast, and our own heritage, Mr Mayor. The CWA hall, I know that the CWA ladies in Coolangatta are very keen to have their hall on the register. They feel it's part of the local heritage. They certainly put a submission in, I think, for the Pink Hotel as well. They know the significance there. And I'm sure the other CWA, and I was happy to see that change because I did talk to the Coomera CWA lady here the other morning. And I think she was very happy that Councillor Fowler has suggested that change. I don't know much about Cedar Creek except what I've read, but I think your report was fantastic, and I would just ask my councillor colleagues to support me on this because it's very, very important for the whole of the Gold Coast that we keep some heritage. Well, I know that we're still a young city, and Coolangatta has its own rich heritage, being a town in its own right. At one time, it had its own mayor. I was known as the mayoress for Coolangatta at some stage, Mr Mayor. You might have heard that, but it's a joke, guys. But I think the report was extensive. It speaks for itself. I think that you're doing the right thing. We will be doing the right thing by approving this today. Thank you.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I have an amended motion.
Okay.
My amended motion would see the Cedar Creek Hall, the Coomera branch, as per Councillor Fowler's change, and the Coolangatta Country Women's Association site endorsed, but I cannot support the Ocean View one moving forward without any planning work done on what happens next. That is not how this process should work. So my amended motion would see those three endorsed, but would defer the Ocean View motoring until proper coordination and consultation has occurred with the Planning and Regulation Department.
Second.
Question?
Let's have that on the screen. Is that what you had in mind?
Mr Mayor, we'll just need there'd be a 2 or a 3 if we push that one down that just refers the Pink Hotel site or whatever the correct terminology is to a further. Yep. So that one is deferred until additional or any consultation and coordination with the Planning and Regulation Department occurs, and that a future report be brought back on the matter.
Well, let's see, there's a motion. Councillor Hamill on the screen there.
Happy with that, Mr Mayor.
You're right there. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Question, Councillor Tozer.
I just want to confirm the advice provided that a deferral of that item will mean that it's effectively a refusal of that item's local heritage register application.
Through Mr Mayor, that is true. Yeah, so it expires in mid-January. Next, bring back to the council, so the process would have to start again.
Yeah, so Mr Mayor, I can't see how it.
Well, don't debate on it. You've got your answer.
Oh, it's a matter of order, Mr Mayor. The word deferred isn't the case. It's actually a rejection of that application. It's not a deferral.
Well, it's a defer, and as a result, you asked the question. There's your answer.
So My understanding is the answer was that it can't legislatively be deferred. It can only be recommenced. It can only start over entirely again. It can't be deferred because on the 16th of January, it ends. That was the advice that I just heard, Mr. Mayor. So the word deferred isn't applicable and isn't legislatively allowed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So essentially, our process lapses and it's null and void, and the Pink Hotel will not be listed.
I'm sorry to be particular, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't trying to upset you. But...
I'm not upset. Thank you. Okay, instead of deferral, that be resubmitted. So,
Mr. Mayor, I fully acknowledge that deferral does that, and the intent would be that it would have to be through the whole process again, done in coordination and consultation with the planning department. So if it's a no further action for now and it's resubmitted, if that needs to be made clear, I'm happy with that.
it's resubmitted. Okay. Councillor Gates, can you have a look if that's wording right? Can I just finish this?
Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking what is being proposed here is that no further action be taken regarding the Ocean View motor inn site, pending further consultation with the planning and regulation. Sorry, I'm having trouble reading this. Yeah, and I think that makes it pretty clear, doesn't it, Mr. Mayor? I mean, we understand that there's not a council meeting in the early part of January at which this could be.
I can call a special council meeting.
Well, that's at your discretion always, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, I felt that Councillor Hamill's motion was okay, it deferred it, and we could then see whether a special council meeting was called or not. But if clarity is being what's recommended, then we should be clear and say that no further action be taken pending that additional consultation that has been requested.
I think that's
and maybe just and a further report to council. Not listening.
I think bring it back to council. No need to go to committee. Okay. And then from there we can refer it back to committee. Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate Councillor Gates' help panel beating that out. I'm happy to have that as my amended motion.
All right. Councillor O'Neill.
Question, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can I just seek some clarity on exactly what information we're going to get from planning? Like, is it in relation to whether is it a DA? Because I know there's no lodgement of a DA at the moment on that site. And we know that this is a statutory process that we have to go through before it goes through the next phase of putting it, including it in our city plan. So I'm just trying to see what information from planning that you're seeking, Councillor Hamill.
Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Hamill, then I'll come back to...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so my concern is that my understanding of this process means that until there's an update of the statutory instrument, being the planning scheme, that if a DA is lodged, it has to be assessed against the current planning scheme. But what I heard today is that there are some parts under the Heritage Act that would have some influence on it. So if a DA is lodged and our assessment branch then have to commence assessment within statutory timeframes, I don't know what they're assessing against. What has it actually changed in terms of the statutory instrument, what are actually in the Act, in the regs that were referred to. It's why I appreciate the Heritage Act is its own thing, it has its own path. There is a reason in the past this has always been done in same timing with planning, so that you had the planning advice at the same time, so you understood the implications. At the moment, I have no idea what happens if that DA is lodged tomorrow or next week or next month or any time in the next 3 years before the new planning scheme updates. What is the actual practical implication to assess that application?
Is that good enough?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to you, Councillor O'Neill, I think from our side, we have provided advice through the process that we would require an amendment to the heritage overlay. So in the past, we've done either a TLPI, it's gone in as an amendment to the planning scheme, there's tailored amendment processes, or is it something in the new planning scheme? We did request, we did push it Nat's way and request some legal advice on it of what is that pathway and what does it look like. Respectfully, that's for Nat to answer. We still believe from the planning area that it requires an amendment to the planning scheme, but Nat may have further information to that.
Just on that, so let's say if there's a DA lodged, and you'd have to assess the DA on the current regulation or the scheme that's there, and not about the heritage, because that's what your planning set out, isn't it?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct. So that's our understanding from a planning area, but I'm not sure if Nat wanted to provide any further information.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Hamill, I think it's a fair question that's been raised. I don't have a good answer to that. I'm not sure how a conflict would be resolved between what the regulation might provide for and the planning scheme. I'd have to take it on notice.
And the other thing I'm worried about is if a DA is lodged and we're unsure about it, whatever the decision on it, it's going to end up in court. And then it's 400 grand later.
Mr Mayor, you've kind of got to where my concern is that, you know, we've already seen it in the media and on local Facebook groups that the Pink Hotel is saved. My concern is that the community is going to have an expectation that it going to the local heritage register means that it is saved in its absolute current form. That's not actually the case. Without an update of the statutory instrument, the heritage overlay being updated, which brings in a whole heap of things of what has to be kept, what doesn't have to be kept, everything else around it. Like, it's why you do it at the same time. It's why with Jazzland and with Burleigh Arcade, they had the TLPI. So you had the planning at the same time as the heritage, so that the outcome was clear to the community. As you rightly point out, a DA gets lodged, what do we assess against? Do we end up in appeal, arguing over this? These are all things that, to me, are why this should have been not brought to council until this was done with coordination and consultation with the planning area, especially on this one.
Okay. All right. Councillor Peter.
So my understanding is that once it's listed on the Heritage Register, and from the report it says, City Heritage officers will work with City Planning to identify the relevant pathway to have newly listed places identified on the Heritage Overlay in the planning scheme. So that's an immediate process that will commence, and that will identify this as a new requirement in the city plan, and any new application would have to be assessed against the current city plan and any new requirement and whatever stage or status that has in a legal principle. Is that right?
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Young is correct. He's just missed the one part, that the heritage overlay does not cover this site and will not cover this site until the statutory instrument in the planning scheme is updated. So that would have to be the process in between, which, because there's no coordination or consultation with planning and no pathway set in stone for that, if a DA was lodged tomorrow, the heritage overlay does not apply to this site, therefore it would be assessed against the other provisions in the scheme, is my takeaway from it. But again, to Nat's point, we can't seem to get a clear answer exactly on that. I don't think it's the heritage overlay, I think it's the state heritage legislation and the regs that might get interesting.
Is it? Okay. Right. Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a question I had around, like, there's one site there that's being called out as needing to be reviewed. Why not all of them if there's planning considerations? Why is it just the one?
what you call Councillor Gates?
Yeah,
Well, I'd like to help because the other two support it, and the owners have said that they are keen for them to be on the register. The Divisional Councillor for the Cedar Creek Hall is happy for the Cedar Creek Hall to be included on the register. My understanding is that the owner of the Pink Hotel site is not very happy at all because he had a plan, as I understand it, to address the housing supply shortage in our city with a beautifully designed building. And Mr. Mayor, you will well recall when we did the Burleigh Arcade, I think I was the only person to vote against that, and my reasons at that time on that project were similar. And I agree that a good outcome has been achieved by retaining the facade, but my reasons at that time was how morally wrong it is for us to wait until someone indicates an intent to develop and then try and smack a heritage listing over it. I think each of us could understand that if we owned the land, and I do recognise Councillor O'Neill has previously suggested this Pink Hotel might be on our register. It's so subjective. I mean, for me, I don't think it's beautiful architecture in any shape or form, so I struggle to see how it actually qualifies. But I think there's a vast difference between the CWA wanting to protect their unique halls and us trying to take over control to a certain degree of someone's land who's made an investment in our city with an intent to make some improvements for the people that want to live here. So that's why I'm supportive of the action that Councillor Hamill's taken today, and especially in terms of supporting what we can support, but the fact that there was no consultation, and I think I've strayed away from your original question, Councillor Martin, but there's a vast difference between the owners of the land supporting this outcome and those who perhaps have invested their hard-earned cash to get an outcome they desire, which isn't a heritage listing.
Councillors, since reflecting back, what happens that if an owner of a site is against it, I'll give you, I cite an example, the Miami Ice property, and council went ahead and wanting to heritage list that. The acceleration of development, demolition of that was immediate. We lost that building because we didn't negotiate and took them on the journey. And in this one, it's best to take them on the journey, like what the item's talking about, looking at the overlay and all that. I imagine we would then be talking to the developer and going, how we can have both outcome for the benefit of the city, that is similar to the Burleigh Arcade perhaps, and but if you do the same pathway that we did on the Miami Ice, I'd say a DA will be lodged very quickly and will be going to appeals and court case based on recent history. Anyhow, we have an amended motion. Councillor Hamill, you speak on that.
Mr. Mayor, my greatest frustration with this is that there seems to have been a failure to learn from previous times that the city has gone down this path. The Burleigh Arcade site and the TLPI and how that went about there, and then the appeal that came afterwards wasn't necessary. Other cities who want to heritage list buildings don't seem to have this problem because they do it in a much broader time frame beforehand. I agree with your comments. While I know Councillor O'Neill first raised this a couple of years ago, it's not like the building's only been there a couple of years. Like, this should have been started a long time ago. I have a genuine issue with the fact there is a DA in the wings, that there was a demolition permit there, and then we go through this process. I have a real problem with the prospect that someone who's been paying land tax and rates based on the site's value being developable then just has that ripped out from underneath them, and there is no compensation available. There is no financial assistance from the council or anywhere else that I'm aware of for that owner to maintain the site. If we would have done this in coordination and consultation with the planning department, that pathway that you kind of suggest to, that we could have engaged with the owner and the applicant and gone on that journey together a little bit, perhaps have already had some of that early discussion about what are actually the parts that would have to be maintained or certain things that have to be kept with it. I think that's a missed opportunity. That owner is rightly going to be fairly cautious of their dealings with the city now. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm very supportive of the other three sites. So I acknowledge their significance to those areas. Cedar Creek Hall is in my area. I definitely acknowledge the significance of that hall to that community. I acknowledge the Country Women's Association sites and congratulate Councillor Fowler on bringing in those changes. Although I again question why that was necessary, because it would appear to be there hasn't been enough consultation with the Country Women's Association in the first place for that to have worked. But Mr. Mayor, I simply can't endorse based on the path this has gone through and the lack of information, which there's a few holes still here today of what's been responded to and what needs further clarification. I can't endorse the Ocean View Motor Inn site being entered onto the heritage status today. I fully acknowledge that deferring it, no further action, whatever you want to call it, means that we'd have to go through this process again. If that's the will of council, so be it. But the next time, the process would be done in alignment with the Planning and Regulation Department to make sure that we have both things talking to each other at the same time. I'd put to councillors that they support the amended motion.
Against, Councillor Peter.
Mr. Mayor, I just cannot understand what this discussion with the Planning Department is meant to be. Unless we're to... No, I just can't even understand what it might be. If we don't make a decision now about the Ocean View Motel, there's no decision on that for the next 3 or 4 months, minimum. And that really makes it vulnerable, in my opinion. I wasn't aware that there's a DA pending or there's discussion about that. But if we make a decision today that we want it on the register, then it goes onto the planning scheme. Just like any other change to the planning scheme, it has a certain status if someone makes a DA. And at this point in time, because that our new planning scheme hasn't been advertised, hasn't been sent to the state for its comments and so forth, or review, the status of those changes that we make all the time to the planning scheme is pretty low. It's called the Cody principle. It relates to a court case in England in 1957 by Cody against a council that rejected its development application, and they said, well, this was this far along in the planning process and therefore has this weight, this merit, even though it hasn't been finally adopted. And if we're way back here, the Cody principle applies and says you've got virtually no status here. And so that would be known. If they make an application, everyone will know that the Heritage Register listing and the desire to have it recognised and protected is of very little weight. And so we can, the proponent of any application on the land will know that and will submit something suitable. If it's a year from now that they do it, by then the thing might have been advertised and the weight, the Cody principle will have extra weight and we'll be able to incorporate some of the elements. There may be some protection of some recognition of the existing character in a new building. I don't know, but I'm just trying to explain that if we don't make a decision now, we are just opening the door to lose this building entirely. And that's the lesson that we should learn. I take Councillor O'Neill's point. There's a significant tension in the city about anything that stops development. That's understandable. We're a young city and we're forging ahead, and if it's environmental values or community values or heritage values, it's always a big problem for us to accommodate and get our heads around. But here we've got a really strong indication of support from the community, certainly strong indication of support from the local councillor to help get this onto the register so we can at least recognise those values and hopefully have them reflected in or preserved in any future development on the site. I think it's really entirely important for us to make a decision to reject the amendment now and go ahead with the original motion. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, I hear you regarding the Cody weighing, but there is demolition permit there. So if you force this down their throat, there is a demolition permit there that they can go ahead and demolish. Talking about losing the building, I don't want to force their hand either. I'd rather work with them. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I thought Mr. Brogan said that had expired. I was a bit confused with that. Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, what I said was the demolition permit was, sorry, I was speaking low before, was issued in August of this year and had a 2-month period in which to commence works. However, we sought legal advice on that, and the advice was that's a condition and the permit is still extant. It doesn't matter they didn't meet that condition. So the demolition permit is still alive.
All right, so I think demolition permit outweighed the Cody fella. You know, so be careful there. All right, who wants to speak? Where are we? We're in that amendment against the amendment. Against. For the amendment, anyone? All right, I'll go to Councillor O'Neill to close.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just might bring up at this stage the Old Burleigh Theatre, because I was in the council when that came to council, and we came in over the top of a sale, a pending sale, and the instrument, the TPLI, was put over it. We made a decision to put it on our register and went from there, and then we worked with the DA applicant. So this is very different, and it is correct. I brought this up and spoke to heritage officers 2 years ago. We started the conversation about several buildings in Coolangatta. So it's been an assessment since, and I would have liked to have made it go faster, but it didn't. But the report is pretty extensive, and there's a lot of historical time there. There's also a working business, a lessee, in this building at the moment. So I'm not sure how that would go with a demolition permit. I don't know where they are with their lease. I think it's a long lease. So that's under consideration, I guess, with the owners. At no time has the owner of the building reached out to me with an intent for a DA. I'm only hearing that first time from Councillor Hamill today. So I have no idea whether that's actually pending or not. I know that he did have it for sale. That's about all I know, and I knew that from the newspaper. So I'm just going with what we started 2 years ago, what I think's the right thing to do to save that building, and I'd love to work with the owners, Mr. Mayor, but I think we have to do this. We have to let them know that we're serious. And of course, and we were told in committee that if any DA was put on that building, the heritage team and the planning team would work with the applicant, and it may not be as serious as what we're all thinking. There may be some components that would have to be kept, like Jaslan's site, like the Old Burleigh Theatre. But I think look, it would be remiss of me if I did not really go for this, because I think it's so important for our town and the heritage of the whole Gold Coast. So I'm just hoping that everyone will go back to the committee decision and put all 4 of these properties on the register. Thanks, Mr. And follow the statutory process.
Okay, debate's closed, councillors. All right, division's core. So, all in favour? We're voting on the amendment here. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Gates, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
All right, the amendment's lost. Go back to the original motion. Councillor O'Neill to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will be brief because I have had a fair bit to say. But I think that these 4 properties that we're putting on the register deserve to be there, and especially the Coolangatta ones, because they are at my heart. And I think that it's shown by the amount of support in the submissions, in the public consultation, that people want these properties to be preserved and to be protected and celebrated. So I'm just hoping that council councillors will vote with me. Thank you.
Right, the debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items deal separately, councillors? Councillor Tote.
The other item, 6.1, please, Mr Mayor, and I'll speak very, very briefly.
Which one?
6.1, petition response Flying Fox. At Fred Cass Family Park. I'm moving the
Councillor Tozer, go ahead.
I'm moving the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor, and I just wanted to do this because I wanted to call out the officers who have been involved. This was to go to committee and council about a month or so ago, and I asked for it to be deferred so we could have some more engagement with the local community, which has been done. I'm very grateful for that, and I don't know if the people are going to be happy with the outcome, but I think the matter's been really robustly investigated, and we're doing everything we can to ameliorate the impact of the flying foxes on the local community, and at the same time preserve the flying foxes as we're required to do. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Against anyone speaking? Councillor Peter Young, you want to close? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Tozer.
I move that the remaining recommendations of the committee be adopted.
Second to Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We now go to economic tourism and events. Councillor Castro. Aren't we? It's great.
Mr Mayor, I move the minutes of the 862nd Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting held on Thursday the 20th of November 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, excuse me, be received.
Second day, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any item you wanted to deal separately, Councillor Gates?
Please, Mr Mayor, if I may. 6.1.
6.1, female change room.
And I just wanted to move this one, Mr Mayor, because it is an issue that's been close to my heart, and very pleased to see that we've
Let me get a seconder, then you can speak on it. Councillor Fowler?
I think I'd know by now, wouldn't you?
No, that's all right. Councillor Fowler, second.
Thank you.
No man seconded.
Yeah, it's great, Mr Mayor, to see that we have had added commitment this year to delivering upgraded facilities at 8 of the clubs in the city that were ranked as a very high need. And the officers have worked really hard with the individual clubs, and that will see in the next 12 months 8 new facilities delivered. The report speaks to the rapid growth of female participation in sport. Mr Mayor, it's up a staggering 48% over the last 3 years. And we've had issues at clubs in the north of the city where girls have had to get changed after the lights are turned out on the fields at night because they haven't had appropriate facilities. And this has been recognised by this council, and support for $10 million this year to deliver these fantastic new facilities has arrived. And I think, Mr Mayor, that there's another year to come. The report suggests that in the second tranche we can address the other clubs that are also of high need, and that will happen the following 12 months. So great outcome, and well done everyone involved.
All right, any fellas want to speak against? No, against? No, I'm asking for against. All good. Councillor Gates to close.
That's fine, Mr Mayor.
Debate's closed. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Any other items to speak of? No? I'll go to Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, I move the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Water, Waste and Energy, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 862 Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 25th of November, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Marshall?
Just 6.4.
6.4, councillors. What do you want to do?
Just move the motion and quickly speak to it.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. You have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Look, I just want to thank the officers for this work. This I guess, upgraded drain with the street and the enormous amount of infrastructure in this area. This was a street that in the last couple of years has flooded almost every summer, and that's had an impact both on people's, I guess, front yards and also houses. And when we had the cyclone earlier in the year, it had significant sort of flooding damage. And I really want to thank the officers with how quickly we got to resolve this. The residents will be really, really happy, and fingers crossed, there's no storm events between now and when we can rectify this permanently. So just want to thank and shout out to the officers for that.
Anyone speak against the motion? You want to close further, Councillor Marshall? No. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately, Councillor Tozer?
6.1 to move the committee.
We go to 6.1. Councillor Tozer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason I've asked to pull this out and move it is because it involves actually the closure of one of the transfer stations in my division, and I wanted to make sure I was on the front foot on that one. It's pretty disappointing.
The recommendation?
I am moving the recommendation, yes.
Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson.
Sorry, my mistake. Numbaba will unfortunately have to close as part of operational changes that are hoping to deliver some of our whole of city aspirations for, how we're trying to save money in this area. And it'll also mean that Springbrook move to a Friday to Monday program of opening. There'll be a staff member available up in Springbrook to help people dispose of their waste, and Numbaba residents who have traditionally gone to this transfer station in Numbaba will be required effectively to drive all the way to Mollendina or up to Springbrook to dispose of their waste. A lot of the people out there are pretty resilient, but I've been really pleased with the team from Water and Waste, Waste in particular, who have come out and held multiple community sessions just to chat with the community about what's going on. And whilst the level of service is changing for those areas, and that is frustrating, I think it'd be fair to say the community better understands the way that the transfer stations in Springbrook and Numbaba fit into the broader context of all of the transfer stations, and how our level of service that we've delivered over the past multiple decades just can't be sustained at its current level. And what we are hoping is that the residents who have not yet started to use their curbside bins use their curbside bins when they can, and give us feedback about ways we can help them do that better. I know that Hinterland residents are committed to recycling and green organic recycling and things like that. And I know that they'll be all right with this in the long term. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't intending to speak about this today, but given it's been called out, I will put my views on the record. I voted against this at committee. I feel like in the 20-odd months since the last election, we've done a significant amount of reducing of services in this space. I don't think that the report adequately considered the impact on Reedy Creek in terms of increase of activity in an already quite busy waste recycling centre, especially on the weekends. I feel as if the hinterland community, whilst they do not represent them, they have some unique challenges up there in relation to travel and driving around with a trailer load full of goods and those sort of roads. Probably is better that they do it locally rather than make trips out to a very, very big WRC. I do believe that that the city officers' intentions on this operational change is good. It's trying to save us money as a city. There's not a big amount of money that's meant to be saved here, and I didn't support the operational change previously when it was brought to council. I feel as if we should maintain the services there, and whilst I'm open and persuadable, I haven't heard a good reason why we should start now. So I'll vote against this one.
Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether you'll allow me to move an amendment.
Depends what it is.
Well, I'm a bit torn here because Councillor Young and I both discussed the intention to close the bin station at both in my area at Wongawallan and at Maudsley for Councillor Young. And just as background for the council, initially in Division 3 there were 107 properties that were unserviced by a waste collection. So as an interim measure, Council established some bins and distributed keys to those 107 property owners, so they had a place close to home that they could deliver their rubbish, and then Council collected the rubbish from an easily accessible park rather than the impossibility of servicing their homes. As time has gone on, the collections have improved, and there's now only 10 households in Division 3 that are unserviced, and I think 9 in Councillor Young's area. Mr. Mayor,
so what amendment would you
well,
like?
the amendment I was... I just wanted to explain to you the background. The amendment I was hoping to move was that I could divisionally fund the ongoing activity at the park where the bins are established for the 10 residents who would now have to drive 22 minutes to get to another transfer station. And I just feel that's a little far.
Did you write all that down?
So my amendment would be that Division 1 local area works funding. Division. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
Sorry. It was Division 1 for 12 years. Sorry. Division 3 local area works. Be allocated for the ongoing servicing of the Welsh Park bins.
Okay.
I have spoken to the officers.
We'll add yours in a minute.
I wasn't sure whether Councillor Young wanted to go.
I'll come to him.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, I was a bit torn until the officers told me that it's 22 minutes for them to get to a facility, and I just feel...
Let's just get the amendment finished, and then I'll come back to you to speak.
Thank you.
Is that right?
That Division 2... you can say $10,000 if you would like, because that was the cost that was quoted to me, that $10,000...
Okay, put in approximately 10, eh?
Yeah.
Because if it's 11, you don't want one house to miss out, do you?
Welsh's, it's Welsh's with an ES, thank you. Welsh's Park.
Okay. And go to 4. I'll go to Councillor Petey.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, we'll just add Division 3 and Division 5, local area works, be allocated for the ongoing servicing of the Welch's Park.
No, wait.
Oh, you want it as a separate? No.
Separate, because then we know where the money's going for.
Got you. I was hoping to get away with it all coming from Division 3.
I thought one. They got a lot of money.
Or 1, yeah. Division
One
5
would be
for
better.
the servicing at Cliffbird Park.
Cliffbird, okay. 10,000?
Same, correct. Or up to. Well,
Mr. Mayor, this
approximately,
seems...
it's fine.
Mr. Mayor, this seems pretty...
Approximately is good enough.
Mr. Mayor, the original motion, I don't have a problem with incorporating this into the original motion.
No, it's all right. The amended motion, Councillor Gates, seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Councillor Gates, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I've been a little impetuous today and I haven't waited till my turn, but the waste management access charge was introduced this year for those residents as well. So that's been $160 for people who have to take their waste to the local transfer stations because they can't get a service. So they're already contributing to the cost of the provision of waste services in the city through that service charge, and so I'm just happy to support these households. We're not quite sure how many households will be affected because of the 107 keys that are still out there in the ether, but anyway, I hope for the council's support to continue servicing those households.
Question, Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, so while $10,000 would cover 1 year, it doesn't give any indication. Is this a 1 year thing? Is this a
Well,
the
we
rest
can do
of
it
the
again
term?
next year. Depending.
Yeah. So just what is the? How does that practically work? Does that mean there has to be another report next year to see if they're going to do it again? Just if officers could explain how that would practically work.
Councillor
Mr.
Gates.
Mayor, I'm happy for the officers to monitor the site and to see how it is progressing. In both instances, there has been an element of dumping at those locations as well, which has been of concern. This funding will cover the collection of the dumped rubbish as well, but happy for a review in a year. I'm sure that Councillor Young and myself will make residents aware that we have covered the cost for the next year, but it's likely that that may change in 12 months' time.
Okay. Why don't we put 5 in there to be reviewed in 12 months?
Happy.
5.
Thanks, Mark. That's fine. I don't want to.
Just put 5 there. Item 3 and 4 will be reviewed in 12 months. Okay?
No. It's a number 5. It's $10,000 and a
Clause
number 5.
Go to clause 5. New one. And come back to committee. I don't want.
I think it's just that the sites be reviewed over the coming 12 months with a further report to committee. It's not items 3 and 4 be reviewed, but the operation of the sites.
Oh, that's nice.
There's Charlie. Or
Commercial
Andrew.
break.
Was it Andrew?
We don't need to order in pizza, do we? Looking at the...
No.
Do we? Looking at that?
Scotch and pizza.
Scotch and pizza. That wine.
Scotch?
Yeah, that works. Red wine.
Red wine.
Darren's got a whole boot full of wine. We can have a crack at that.
Councillor Gates, you comfortable with those words?
I'm very comfortable, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I assume Councillor Peter Young, comfortable? If you're comfortable, then I go to Councillor Gates to close.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's my visual motion. I should
Oh, you closed. You go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just take this opportunity to close because I think this will be successful and I won't get a chance to close in the next one. Councillor Doran made a remark saying that levels of service have changed in the hinterland, and I would say that levels of service have changed in the hinterland. Over the last 5 years, 15,000 Division 9 residents now have access to green bins, which they didn't before, and hundreds of hinterland residents now have access to curbside general waste and recycling bins, which they didn't have before. So not only have we, I acknowledge we've removed Mudgeeraba transfer station. Now people have to drive to Merrimack. That's an extra probably 8 minutes, or Reedy Creek, which is maybe about 10 minutes, 11 minutes from where Mudgeeraba was. But every single one of those residents, almost every single one of those residents now have a curbside general waste or recycling bin, which is a greater level of service in my view. Frankly, it's actually a good outcome. We are also responsible for sustainable waste management practices, and this motion and the work that we've done here will actually improve how we recycle and improving recycling levels, because when we give people curbside bins, they do a better job with how they sort their waste, and that has been the best way for us to get the best possible recycling outcomes and reduce our obligations under the state waste levy, which frankly the state should reconsider, but we'll work that out as we go. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Okay. Debate's closed. Councillors, we're voting on the amended motion. Moved by Councillor Gates, second by Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Let's call division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Doran.
There's always one. Motion carried, super majority. Anything else? No, yeah, that's right. The amendment becomes the motion, so we can do it again.
Yeah.
Councillor Gage, you want to speak?
No, so moved.
You're closed? Okay.
Fine.
All in favour, show of hands. Division?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Doran.
The motion is carried, super majority. Right. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. We go to Transport and Infrastructure. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that minutes of the 862nd Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 25th of November 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately? Councillor Martin.
6.5, Mr Mayor.
6.5.
Change recommendation.
We go to 6.5. Change away.
I've supplied it to Chamber Support, Mr Mayor, and essentially, look, I think it's very close to the original recommendation was that Council, the option 1 was take no action, which is still the essence of this. But what I'd like to do is build on that. Point 2 there is, if you'd like me to read it out, Mr Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
That upon the public release of the state government's Gold Coast multimodal transport plan, that an updated report be provided back to council for future consideration of increasing off-street parking supply, including options 2 and 3, which are in the report. And number 3, Mr Mayor, is that council remains open to considering cost-beneficial opportunities to deliver additional off-street parking and may be incorporated to future reports to council.
Okay. Second to Councillor Tozer. All right, go ahead, speak on it.
Would you like me to open, Mr Mayor? Yeah.
Speaking is opening.
Opening, yes. Mr Mayor, I'm not on Transport and Infrastructure Committee, so bringing... Okay, and I acknowledge the significant work that officers have done, but I think, you know, the transport context for the Southern Gold Coast has obviously changed. The state government's announced their comprehensive multimodal transport study, and that's airport connectivity, east-west connections, enhanced bus and broader public transport. So the assumptions in the report that was presented to us in option 1 could very well change, you know, until that report comes back and is well canvassed with the community. What I'm saying is, I know that, you know, it might be very expensive right now, but until we see that report, let's not close the book on it. Let's see what's in that plan, because it could very well change the parameters of, you know, park and ride or multi-storey or, you know, nuanced parking. Increase in supply. You know, obviously we're aware that 500 parking spots were lost. So what I'm seeking to do is really a lot of information. A big piece of that puzzle is coming back in. Let's see. Let's endorse the option 1 right now of not taking any further action, but let's not completely close off until we see that. So I'm just seeking that we ask officers to come back and give us an update once we see that full plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to suggest to Councillor Martin that he be a little clearer, rather than saying including options 2 and 3, say including construction of a multi-storey car park and provision of additional car parking spaces within the existing road reserve. Because when you look back at resolutions, you won't know what option 2 and 3 was by the time you might be looking at these minutes. It was just a suggestion.
Yeah,
happy to do that in future. Thank you, Councillor Gates. For full context, I took this approach given the officer recommendations labelled option 1 or option 2 or 3 in the report. So I followed that process, but happy to take that on board.
No need to change if you don't want it. Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion? You want to close further?
Mr. Mayor, if I could very briefly just explain point 3. Because it's a bit vague around cost-beneficial opportunities, but I think some of my colleagues might be concerned with the cost of multi-storey car parking. You know, there was figures in the report that showed $100,000 per car park, $50 million. Obviously, that's not what's being asked here. We're simply looking at future options. But I did have a local business of mine, a Burleigh-based business, Span Tech, who approached me unsolicited, that are moving from their business, which started out as defence bunkers, essentially, to modular concrete suspended infrastructure, so car parking, that is delivering multi-storey car parking at a fraction of the cost. And I think in committee we talked about, I asked the question, okay, if multi-storey car parks are not feasible, what is the dollar figure? The response from the planning team was there wasn't really a figure because we're trying not to encourage, it was more of a fundamental view. But I think, philosophically, 2 delivers on that we're going to have the full picture. But 3 means we don't always have to do the things the way they've always been done. It doesn't have to be $50 million. Let's be open. I'd love to introduce that Burleigh business that have approached me to the city to work through that, because I think if we can deliver that infrastructure, because I think the cost scared a lot of my colleagues, if we can deliver that far more affordably, maybe this option becomes far more attractive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Debate's closed. Debate's closed. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Don't have to call the vision on that one. Motion carried. Anything else? Councillor Martin?
6.6, Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak against.
6.6. Go ahead. Who's seconding it? Is this a recommendation?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to vote against, so I'd like to speak against.
To vote against. Okay.
I'm happy to move the committee.
Who wants to move the motion? Councillor Taylor. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Councillor Taylor, speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, obviously we're looking at our strategic direction moving forward. It's with the population growth moving forward, we've got to ensure that we're looking at multi-network transport around the city. Look at our rapid transport through the city, not just the rapid corridor down from light rail we've spoken about. Obviously, that connection does need to be completed, but we need to ensure that we've got east-west connectability. But not only just that, we've got to look at our active travel, other modes of transport around the city, whether we've got different devices on our roads. So this body of work is really important. We're obviously waiting for state government to release their report on what it looks like moving forward. So I know we're looking forward eagerly for that report moving forward.
Fair enough. Speak against anyone? Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was just briefly, and I do want to acknowledge a significant amount of work, and my objection is not to the whole transport plan. It was simply just when we were presented the obviously we're growing to a city of 1 million people, where we want to go philosophically, where we're going to put our priority of effort to do the heavy lifting if cars are not the way forward. And I just think there's a real missed opportunity in our active transport. What we're seeing in the plan is, over the last 10 years, we haven't been able to move the needle percentage-wise on active transport or public transport. It was a 0%. That's obviously due to population growth. But I think looking ahead in this city plan, this strategic planning document, we are anticipating a 9-fold increase in public transport, but only just over 2-fold in active transport. And I think my concern with that is the public transport is, we are at the mercy of state government and advocacy. Whereas the active transport, we are the masters of our destiny, aside from, some paths on state roads, but essentially we are in the driver's seat. and I would have loved to see, and I spoke on this in that I think we've got a fantastic, we've got a flat city. We've got, I know in the Southern Gold Coast in my division, we've got a lot of cyclists, or dare I say it, e-bike riders, legal ones, walkers, that the infrastructure, and as a parent, won't let kids go on it because it's not safe. And I really think that's a missed opportunity to only double our active travel. I would have loved to see us be far more aggressive in active travel, where we can invest the money and get the outcome straight away, rather than put the most of our effort into advocacy for public transport. We looked at other cities, even Adelaide, that had a much higher percentage. In fact, it was car, active travel, public transport. We are really relying on a huge shift to public transport, and I just think we're an active city. We're a great lifestyle. We've got the sunshine. We should be really leaning into active travel, so that's why I'll be voting against.
Okay. To close, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, with 1 million people coming along, we definitely know all methods of transport needs to be looked at, whether it's active, and it's actually called out in the report that that's one form. Changing our habits is going to be really important in our city. Another 10, 15 years' time, we're going to be struggling to get around. If you look at the graph that actually showed our other cities, it showed how much City of Gold Coast residents rely on their use of cars. So the future transport strategy doesn't just rely on cars, it relies on public transport, our active travel paths, bike lanes. So this strategic plan does look at all these particular opportunities for the whole city. And it's important that we actually change our habits as we move forward, as we're growing as a city. So I hope everyone considers the current recommendation.
Yeah, I think planning goes hand in hand with the transport strategy. So if you've got apartments nearby light rail, for instance, the amount of car parking should be looked at, and that will convert people into public transport and active transport. I will make a note that we haven't been remiss as a council regarding active transport. We've got 3,200 kilometres of bike lanes in our city. That's from here to Perth. So it's not like, oh my God, we haven't thought about it. No, it's that people at the moment are not engaged in that. So there's a bit of education to be done. City like Amsterdam or Paris, they're all into the active because it's a cultural shift that they did. But not only that, matter of fact, some areas there they just won't allow car parking to be built. So that's another thing. You just got to take it on board. Councillors, we're ready to vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Note the negative vote by Councillor Martin. Any other items to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Taylor?
I move that all the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. Consideration notice of motion, nil. Number 13, question on notice, nil. 14, presentation of petition, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I move that the petition requesting council to revise and update council noise nuisance laws on persistent animal-related noise be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. Next one, 14.2, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that petition to refuse development application ROL/2025/35 be received and referred to the Planning and Regulation Committee to be incorporated into the related development application report.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. Councillors, I wish you a Merry Christmas and to you and your family, and take care of yourself. Looking forward to catch up in January with energy, enthusiasm, and really, I think today we really did 2 meetings into one, and it's good, and I think it was quite collegiate, except for when I was out in the room. All right. And you and I, we had a wonderful time at our private Christmas lunch, Councillor Peter Young, and well, it was great until we got to dessert. I had to leave the room. Yeah, thank you. Merry Christmas. Meeting closed at 18:19.